Let's go! I cannot wait. Get some cars out on the track now because I want to see it. We are here for testing, of course, the first day of Bahrain 2025. There are so many questions to ask and answer. It's going to get techie. I'm talking low at the moment because I don't want to get divorce and wake up the family. It's going to get Curtic. The time is 6:33 in the morning, British Standard Time, and I'm here for it. T-minus 27 minutes away from seeing some cars proper on track. What's going to happen with RB21? Have they been tricking us? Engine cover settings, front Flexi-wings settings. I cannot wait. Let's go. What's going on, Coyote? Luke, RLJ, you guys in Australia. I know it's 4 p.m, eh? You guys were telling me in the chat. The dedication, I don't know. Miss RS, you were telling me. Thank you in advance for joining me for the first session of F1 2025. Currently on Sky Sports F1. We're getting ourselves a bit of cheeky Lewis Hamilton cinema, which I do not hate, by the way. 97 if you're watching concurrently, for the first session of what I'm hoping will be an epic season. As if I can't hide my excitement, you know what I mean? I'm going to try and get myself some cheeky, I'll try and do something with the metrics because I know you guys like a bit of metrics, but I think because it's testing, our mates over at Multiviewer might not necessarily have the usuals. 103 of you in the chat concurrently. Let's go. Dynamic 2 a.m. in the morning. Oh, the humanity. You guys, I'm telling you, the dedication. Shout out from Jamaica. Maskers. Golly, Gaza. You know what I'm saying? Oh. Apparently, there is some fella called Vibes Cartel doing something in the UK. There is I think they call it the O2 weekend that I would love to go, but I can't make it. Up early, absolutely, Luke. Good day. Yeah, you guys represented in Melbourne. Gin and juice. I'm gonna get a Coke on that. Sadly, this early in the morning, I know it should be agua minerale, but yeah, you guys let me know what you guys are drinking in the chat because it's gonna get techie, isn't it? Oh my god. Whoa, God, Coyote. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Steve, my birthday. Oh, happy birthday, Stephen. Happy birthday, sir. Do you know what I mean? It's a blessing that Trinidad in the house. You guys let me know where you're watching from. Barbados dropper, let's go. Grant Camp getting ready for work. Not so balmy Bournemouth. Can't believe testing week is already here. Get those machines out on track. Absolutely echo those sentiments. California 10:35. Oh, good morning from Cape Town. Let's go, Outlaw. McLaren F1 race day 0. Go on then, let's have a chat. T-minus 25 minutes. Questions that I need answering. Obviously, testing is all conducted under the umbrella heading for F1 content creators, bottom feeder ones. Shout out to Scott Mitchell, mum of the race. This will all be conducted under the umbrella heading of the exam question that is who has the fastest car for 2025. 60%, 70% some say will be the car. If Max Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton, as brilliant as both of those are, do not have the car, the requisite wheels underneath them, Houston, we have ourselves a problem. Neither one of them will be able to win a race. Therefore, you remember bloody McLaren back in 2012. Lewis was onto one, right? Prime Lewis Hamilton. Couldn't get himself a race win hardly. Why? Because the car wasn't commensurate. It didn't enable him. As we get ourselves a Lewis Hamilton cinema with Martin Brundle. I mean, Sky Sports F1. Some would say that that's worth the 90 quid a month by itself, eh? Greetings from the Netherlands. P. Kirsten, let's go. Little Kingston. Oh, gosh, Salvin. Luke, Merc on track soon. Anybody even get... This is the point that we were making, right, Luke? All of a sudden, Mercedes are like... It's as if they were a stock, they would have been delisted. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. South Africa in the house. Let's go. McLaren scare me. Go on then. Let's have a chat about what we know about the cars thus far. Let's address Red Bull first. I feel like they're blowing smoke up our AWS. I don't think we've seen the car proper. In fact, you know what? Let's go on Twitter. Because normally we get to see just before T-minus 23 minutes away from testing proper. But normally we get to see some pictures on Twitter, don't we? 190 of you in the chat. Do me a favour very quickly, if you could, and smash the like. These things matter. So I'm told, to the algorithm that YouTube's. Go on, let's have a look on Twitter. If I get any pictures, we can We can have a cheeky look. I post a genius post on Cameron CC with an X instead of an A. I posted do you know the Bruno Mars Anderson pack? I leave my door open. That's what Lando Norris would be saying. I was watching a cheeky review of last night, and all that Lando Norris did is leave the door open up the inside, knowing all the while that Max Verstappen loves a cheeky move up the bloody inside. But I digress. Let's have a gander to see if we've got any pictures of cars, and as I get them, I will relay. We can bring them up. Oh dear, just around the corner from the ends. Let's go, Solvid. Copenhagen morning or Liam morning session. Verstappen afternoon session, just so you know. I thought it was the reverse, to be fair. Listen, don't quote me. My memory and crystal ball is as murky as the next person. Loose leaves a team, short their stock immediately. Formerly AU, formerly analog. No, I don't disagree, mate. Short them. You know who else I'm shorting? Have you guys seen Tesla's stock price? This is not financial advice, but just saying. And Tesla's sales in Europe. If you're looking for if electric vehicles is your tipple, then bloody Nora. People in the chat follow up, and that Kayla, it's chaos, eh? Proper lovely community. Let me say this up front and central before I forget. I don't say this enough. This is the house that you guys built. Mods, elated peddlers, guys who just what my name is above the door, but I'm infinitely grateful in perpetuity ad infinitum to each and every single one of you, because Cameron CC channel is nothing without this mode of discourse and banter. Been watching F1 a long while, and for the vast majority of my tenure, nobody wanted to talk to me about F1, hence why I set up the channel to have these conversations. Shout out to Justin and Guy and Jerry. Buy high, sell low. Cat, I don't disagree with that. Oh, wait there. RLJ. RLJ's flip reversed the old investing mantra. But to be fair, in 2025, it feels like that's what a lot of the bro science purchasers are doing. Buying high and selling low. Whereas you want to you want to sell, you want to buy when people are fearful, and sell when the market is exuberant. And some would argue that the market's a bit exuberant at the moment, eh? Beautiful kaleidoscope we are. I know, Kaiori. Look at you just making a... No, I'm telling you. Go on then. Let's talk about testing. T-Mon is 20 minutes away. Let me just see very first instance if we've got ourselves any... Where are the pictures at? Twitter? Come on. Where are the pictures? As and when we get pictures, I will load them up and we can talk about them. No pictures just yet. What's going on? Albert Fabrigo Twitter. 189 of you in the chat concurrently. Do me a favour and smash the like, por favor. 58 likes only. I mean, per that bloody viral guy on TikTok, whose name evades me. F1 fans flock to Sneevage, home of the guy. I don't hate it. He's not a bad peddler, that Sir Lewis Hamilton fella. He's testing watchable on F1 apps. Testing is watchable on YouTube. If you are in the UK, I saw a link. You can watch it on the YouTubes, I promise you. Hang on. Right, let's have a go. Okay, I'm going to link you guys because it is important that we all watch it together. Right. Outlaw, you're an absolute legend of the purple sector variety. He's wishing you a fruitful, a prosperous and healthy 2025 as well, as we are T-minus 19 minutes away from testing, and I'm here from It Now TV also. You guys have seen me just link. If you're in the UK, I think you can watch it on YouTube. I don't know why they just open it out. If you're looking to attract fans to the sport, then you want people to be watching, right? Just put it on you. This is why we want Netflix, right? This is why North American TV rights to all things F1 is going to be critical. ESPN aren't on it. Don't want to pay 160 million or whatever. Contented with the 80 million. Didn't realise that inflation was going to do one of these to the price. Now Netflix are in the running. Just put it all on Netflix so we can pay our £10 a month. And then Gonzo, I'm waiting on F1 TV. Let's go. I'm here on Sky F1. What's going on, Malvin? Hi there. Is Callum Nicholas leaving Red Bull? No. The mechanic. You know, I didn't want to talk about this for the longest time. I'll tell you a quick story as we are T-minus 18 minutes away from day one of testing. Your Twitter handle in the stream. Oh, dear. Bareche. Sorry if I've butchered that enunciation. But no, I need to sort out my life, don't I? Hang on. Let's sort it out. Cameron. Bear with me. Go on then. Let's talk about the mechanic. The reason why, listen, I know it's newsworthy, but the reason why I haven't talked about Callum, Mr. Nicholas, dreaded in literally and euphemistically. The reason why I haven't talked about this dude thus far is because he was when friend of the channel Peter D. Windsor cited that potentially there might be something a bit digi going on as far as inertia valve, fiddle brake with Red Bull last year. He wasn't very polite in responding to Mr. D. Windsor on the Twitters. And so, of course, if it's beef, then I'm always going to side with friend of the channel. You know how much time Peter Windsor's given to this channel? Peter Windsor, he's like I look up to him, of course, but he's also a friend. So if you're going to go against Peter Windsor, then we ride at dawn. And that Callum Nicholas fella, he's got things. I don't even want to say his name. Let's call him the mechanic for the avoidance of doubt. Because listen, he's promoting all this diversity and inclusion stuff, but he wasn't saying that when it was Sir Lewis Hamilton's day way back in the day. So I just don't. And if you're going to go, all that Mr. Windsor said is like, I think this is a theory that you want to take seriously. I've been building the effing car all this time, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. He's a big man in groups. That's all I'll say about that. Yeah, Coyote. So the news is this. If we're going to put on our truth value and objectivity caps for a second, here is the news. The mechanic will be not leaving Red Bull, but he won't be a mechanic there any longer. I want to say, Mama Cameron would always say, if you don't have anything good to say, then don't say it at all. And I full stop, new paragraph. I messaged him. You know what? We're talking it. I messaged him. You know what? There's a lot of people that you'll message, and very few will come back to you, right? Very few have the grace and the generosity, especially with their own time, that a Peter D. Windsor has, or a Nasher, or a Tomo, or Shez and Baxty, Legends of the Shakedown, Aldas, Josh, do you know what I mean? Those guys are the exception that prove the rule. And so when I messaged the mechanic and he didn't come back, listen, you don't need to there's no obligation to come back to me. But then the response to Mr. Windsor, when he just said the truth, right? Nobody knows whether inertia valve was true, but if you look at the evidence of inertia valve, what Australian Grand Prix, rear right, that was the brake disc that was seized. Max Verstappen said it felt like the hand brake was on. If indeed you were going to have an inertia valve at Australia, you would have it on your rear right? Brembo, lest we forget, came out and said, hang on, what are you talking about, Red Bull? That was nothing to do with a manufacturer defect. That happened because you guys were doing something with the setup. And then later, Brembo, apparently because of a conversation between the Bulls that are red and Brembo, recanted, didn't they? Because Brembo didn't want to throw their partner underneath the bus. So, do you know what I mean? Now, I feel like that's just common sense. That needs fact checking for Mr. Windsor to come out on Twitter and say that you can't be effing and blinding against Mr. Windsor. Have some bloody respect. So that's the reason why on this channel we don't talk about the Red Bull mechanic too often, even though he's newsworthy. I say all that to say this. Apparently he is retiring from mechanicking, pit crewing, to become that fella's good. What's he going to become? A Red Bull ambassador. Got a book out as well that we won't be promoting, but whatever, newsworthy. So we'll talk about it. Well, you guys wanted me to talk about it. You don't go in on the Windsor. This is what I'm saying. Have some bloody respect. Effing and blinded. I blew the effing car. Clown. Absolute clown show. I just no. No, but again, Mama Cameron said that if you don't have anything good to say, then you shouldn't say it. T minus 13 minutes till we get ourselves. He's now ambassador for Red Bull, but to be rude to, I know I disagree. I know it's toxic. It is toxic. Is F1 social media, but I just thought to ask a question, which is basically what Mr. Windsor was doing. And you know what? I'll tell you this about Peter. And he won't mind me saying. I'll embarrass him here. Peter deliberately shies away from all the I'm a media, but I enjoy a breaking news, so I've got to have my arms around all of this stuff, right? I mean, if something happens with Lewis joins Ferrari, you're going to hear it first in inverted commas on this channel on YouTube, because I want to be the breaking news guy. Sometimes I want that channel, so I'm seeking to be that channel that exists, but in different form. Mr. Windsor, bless him, doesn't care for that stuff. He's not a breaking news guy, right? He will watch F1, he'll watch the race and interpret using his own knowledge. He knows more than me about he keeps abreast of the news better than I do, because he's obviously still an accredited journo and still gets the press releases. He's still, despite the fact that I spend all of my life keeping abreast of news so that we can come on this channel and speak to it, Mr. Windsor still knows infinitely more than me and extrapolates it out in a way that I could never, and that's got to mean something. It's techie. Stephen Ambassador just means that he now hands out the moon. No, I don't want to be disparaging, but I'm not a big fan. Is Lewis first on track? Go on and let's talk about that. I want to say that Lewis is first on track, but then I thought that Max was first on track as well. 358 of you watching Kokoli. Do me a favour and smash the like. Por favor. We are T minus 11 minutes away from a cheeky first testing session of 2025. For that, I am here. And you are here too. I cannot wait. RLJ. Lewis first on track. Yeah, I think so. F and blind be business. Business, you still drive like shizzle. Don't know what you mean, Salvin. Good morning, Owen. Just checking in. You're a legend, Owen. Like, this is going to get... Oh, God, I can barely contain my excitement. I haven't even had my bloody... My 2 cups worth of water. In fact, let's stay hydrated. You don't want to see me passing out on camera. T minus 10 minutes away. Go on and let's talk about some... Go on then. Cam. GBH. What am I doing? JBH. We finally have ourselves some car. Max is in the afternoon. Don't say it, Julian. I want to see Max on that. RLJ. No, you're a legend, RLJ. This is going to get techie. And for you guys who want to support the channel, free to hit the joint. We're going to get the Patreon on the go, and I will start to do some additional content behind the page. Like, just things. There are things. But juggling a 9 to 5 sometimes isn't. You got to make it look easy, Cameron. Even though, T-minus 10 minutes and I can hear some F1 music. They've changed the intro. Look. Or maybe this is just a testing intro and they haven't prepped. They're not ready, are they? Did you guys see the Sky Sports F1 new podcast? That's doing the rounds, isn't it? People are saying that they're glad that the host from last year's gone. I again, Mama Cameron will say, if you haven't got anything good to say, then you should not say it. Let's go. 80 long days, she says. Let's go. Between now and the checkered flag at Abu Dhabi. Let's go. By the way, look, go on, let's set the table. There will be 3 days of testing. I'm going to try my best endeavours to be here for every single minute of them. We will get some. I'll try and get some metrics. I don't know. I don't think Multiview will be giving me anything today, but I digress. Go on then. Alex Brundle on deck, Lawrence Burrito on deck, Laura Winters and Bernie Collins, B team. No Martin Brundle to be seen, of course, nor David Croft. But whatever. I digress. We'll manage. Although to be fair to Laura. You know, I think she might be the next one, you know, as far as, but you could argue that she's a little bit better even than, I think she's more knowledgeable than Pinks. I think Laura might be Are you guys seeing? Are you watching? Oh my gosh, you see them in front of Lewis Hamilton's garage. We looked at it early, didn't we? But oh my gosh. Oh no. Right, so they're all standing outside of Lewis Hamilton's car, and that will be the story. Go on, let's talk about these cars. Flexi-wing, stop talking about Flexi-wing, Cameron. But Flexi-wings are going to be really important this year for a couple of different reasons. I would argue that Rob Marshall's Flexi-wing was instrumental in McLaren's parabolic rise last year. Why? Well, because it enables the car in a ground effect rule and reg set to be Jekyll and Hyde. Enough downforce in the slow minimum speed turns, Rascas as an example, but enough rear stability in the fast stuff. You can't get that otherwise, right? It's almost like you're trying to sit atop two different horses, wild ones, and it's impossible. The Flexi-wing that Rob Marshall built last year enables them to have that kind of that bipolar car that's quickest in a ground effect era. Red Bull didn't have it last year. Pierre Vacher and Christian Horner said they ran out of budget. Whether you want to question and or believe that, then that's another thing. Now, though, they will have it. Although TD18 is coming in, and that will favour some, say, McLaren. They were aware of TD18 and have built themselves a Flexi-wing, some say, that complies with those parameters. And that's going to be techie, eh? That's going to be chaos. Giovanni, you're an absolute legend. Cameron, it's been long winter. Congrats for keeping us warm over this period with facts and positive and analytical approach. Let's go, Giovanni. Let us go. I'm trying to breathe. Goyoria, gun up Bernie Collins. But Bernie Collins is a god tier mind. I think Bernie just lacks a bit of charisma, right? She doesn't work a room like a Winters or a Pinks, bless her. But she's got the knowledge. You can't. I mean, everybody can't be Windsor as far as their unique brand of charisma et al. Silverstone is going to be crazy. Monza is going to be epic. Have you seen that the lad Nasher of Quickstop are doing they're going over to Monza and they're doing an event. Chaos. Oh, dog one, you're a legend. No, I appreciate you guys. Listen, I thank you guys for watching over the winter break. It's been chaos. It has been chaos, and I don't know. Lewis in red on his 8th illegible. Oh, breathe 8, League. I'm trying to breathe. Go on then, let's get a drink. T-minus 5 minutes away. Craig Slater on deck. Who is Craig Slater talking about? Is he talking about engineer, not a presenter? Bernie's a G. No, I agree. Bernie's. I know. Yeah. Did you watch that podcast? Kayori, let me know what you thought about that podcast where they talked about F175 and Bernie getting married and booing and Max Verstappen. It's gonna kick off. Max just the footnote classic. Selvin, he said that. Love me some Bernie. Pick her 10 times to chat instead of an Naomi or Winters. Bet my life. But Joe, this is the dichotomy of F1 though. You need, like, how do you abridge that gap between the chasm, even between the purist and the casual? I feel like I could speak to that better than most because I am a part-time purist, part-time casual. I wear both hats. Where you guys watching this, Rafa, there's a link in the description if you're based in the UK. Or if that doesn't work, I've just posted it again. If that doesn't work, then you might want to use yourself a cheeky VPN. T-minus 4 minutes away from testing 274 if you're watching concurrently. 1:56 a.m. in Michigan. How very dare you, Cameron. NHRA dog one. Let's go. I'm so excited for 2025. Says Janita. Ugh. Go on then. Have you considered selling those tiny canes? Vampire, I'm gonna sort my life out. There's merch coming, I promise you. I've just designed a very sexy Yuki Tsunoda top that's going to be going out soon. That'll be the first piece of merch prop. I mean, the merch store's still up if you fancy, but the merch isn't market leading. I'll confess that. And I want everything that we do over here to be market leading each and every single time. T minus 3 minutes away from the opening stanza of testing. I just cannot wait. I'll be honest with you. I just. Hang on. I'll give it a shot. Yeah. Where are the shots of these cars? T minus 2 minutes until we meant to get garage doors up, and I'm here for it. Did I just say garage? Garage. That's a thing in the UK, like the accents, the accenting of the A. If you're from up north, as I am, then it's garage. If you're from the south, it's garage. Very posh. 206 if you're watching. Only because I'm an F1 junkie, did I find it minutely entertaining, the vodcast with Laz, Bernie and Ted. I was trying to listen to it, Coyote, and I just want Ted by himself, I'll be honest with you. I enjoyed the bit of friction between Laz as you called him. I like that. I'm going to steal that. Laz and Kravitz. Let's go, Rafa. Let's go. Turn on the VPN and get onto the YouTubes. It's on Sky F1 channel. Alex Brundle on deck. That's new, eh? Alex Brundle. It's got the promotion talking about F1 no longer F2 and F3. Very interesting. I think they're trying to bring him in as the heir apparent to his dad's throne, eh? Sounds a lot like his dad, but I don't know if he's got... Oh, here we go. Brundle talking about front. There we go. We can see a car. The 44 car. Let's go. Let's go, Caillou. I'm a big fan of Ted as well, to be fair. Teddy K. God, look at Lewis straight away with the aero cage or whatever they call it. Yeah, it's good to be back, Laura. Show me a Red Bull car, please. What's going on? Jaeger, that's a very good name from California. Go on then, Teddy K on deck. We're raring to go. Yeah. Well, show us a Red Bull, please. Please show us a Red Bull. Oh, Mercedes. Oh, yeah, Kimi Antonelli, look at that. Last shall be first and the first shall be last, Kimi Antonelli. He's been waiting to get out, yeah. All right, so look, the point of testing isn't to go and do the fastest lap, eh? It's to go and get as much time and mechanical due diligence in. The way that you do that is by nailing lap times. So there will be the timing sheet, and it will be difficult not to try and extrapolate some sort of upshot and takeaway from those, but ultimately will be how many laps that these guys complete, and reliability is going to be key, eh? If you see a car broken down straight away, that Mercedes just looks like the RB19, eh? Oh, right. Just take a chill, Kimmy. I know. Don't yeet it into the barrier. Go on, let's see a Red Bull. I want to see this Red Bull, whether it looks different. Get out the way, Steak. Kick. Sauber. Okay, so there's a Racing Bulls. Same. White. I feel like there will be Natalie Pinkham and David Croft on deck. Commentary. Good luck riffing. But they both got personalities. There will be. Here's a Red Bull. There's a Red Bull. Let's have a gander. Is there anything different about that car? Front wing looks same. Maybe they declared. So go on then. If you watched the video yesterday, you'll be aware of the Racing News 365 article written a few weeks back that talks about, oh yeah, Lewis. Oh my gosh, Lewis out on track proper in testing. Car number 44, says Crofty. Yellow helmet. Lewis Hamilton with the bloody aero cage on there. Oof. Look at it. Show me the Red Bull, for Pete's sake. Go away. Oh, I want to see that Red Bull. Steve, here come the red cars. I know all the nerves. Just like the first day at high school. I agree with you, Rafa. It's chaos. Right. So Racing News 365 just got a cheeky look at the Red Bull. It doesn't look that it looks like what they've showed us. But again, the Racing News 365 article cites Pierre Vacher and Enrico Balbo saying, and Christian Horner too, that there's not a lot of difference between RB21 and the previous iteration of the Bulls that are red. In the RB20, at least from the outside to the human eye, they look the same, right? Couple of tweaks on suspension, bit of tweak on the dimensions of the side pods. But aside from that, it looks the same. But Horner and Vacher have told us that the main developmental points year on year will be invisible to the human eye. Ergo, it will be the underside of the front wing. It will be the underside of the car, the Venturi tunnels. And I think that's why it feels like they've sold us a dummy. People are looking at the car and like, what? They haven't changed anything? But they have changed things. It's just that we can't see them because they are out of sight. 3 hours, 57 minutes on the clock of this morning's session. Tuck in. Do you know what I mean? I'll be quiet. Settle down at the back there. Let's go. Right. Let us get. Hang on. I want to try and get some metrics up, but I don't think we can because there is no multi-viewer, to be fair, but whatever. Oh my God, there is multi-viewer. What are we doing? There is multi-viewer. Go on then. Let me, I know, Cameron. Go on then. Bear with. I'm going to sort my life out. Huh. Right, talk amongst yourself for a second, chat. I am... Oh, for fudge cake. Come on. Right, let's go, Cameron. Sort out your life. Multi-viewer needs to get sorted and all the metrics. I didn't realise. I thought multi-viewer weren't doing anything, but they are apparently. Let's go. Let us go. Fudge cake. Oh, crikey. Everything's chaos. Everything is chaos. 1 second, chat. Talk amongst yourselves. Due diligence and preparedness, Cameron. Marks off. Fuck. What is going on? Oh yeah, Bartoletto, good shout. What do you mean, what happens on track, Natalie Pinkham? Right. Crofty and Pink's currently talking about here we go. Currently talking about what will happen when Bartoletto comes upon his mentor Fernando Alonso, man who was apparently instrumental in getting him into F1 in the first instance. You think Fernando Alonso gives any quarters? Do you think he gives a fudge about what your relationship is with him off track? Absolutely flipping no chance. There is no chance. Fernando Alonso goes hard each and every single time. I'll have you know. Right, let's go. Let me do something here. Right. Okay. Everything is chaos, chat. You know, when you haven't used your systems for ages and then you've got to reactivate everything, of course. I deleted my rather foolishly, I cancelled my Sky Sports F1 subscription on Sky, and then when it came to reactivating it, it was just chaos. It was an absolute joke. It was as if they didn't want my money, didn't want me to come back into the game. And now I can't get into F1 TV, of course. Oh, this is so annoying. Go away, please. Right, let's go. I mean, you couldn't write this, right? You can't. You just can't even write it. Come on. Right, let's go. Right, come on. Crofty just talking about the specifications of this testing. Yeah, mate, of course you need to get as much. You've got to get as much running done as possible. One has to. That's all that this is. Get as many laps in as possible to learn more about how the car handles. But critically, normally it would be Bahrain in testing and then Bahrain first race. But obviously, which is what Crofty's talking about now, is that because of Ramadan, they've changed the bloody times, haven't they? Let's go. Let's go. Oh, thank God. No, please. There we go. Sorry, chat. I'm just reactivating stuff that I've since cancelled so that we can get some cheeky metrics. Bear with, promise. You assume that everything is rolled forward, but it is not. Of course. As per usual. 1, 3. Yeah, of course it's going to be important, Croft. It's testing, chap. No kidding, Sherlock. Do you know what I mean? 1, 3, 2. Oh. Right, let's go. Oh, go away, please. It's so complicated. Did I tell you guys that I got hacked on Facebook? So bloody annoying. So annoying. I'm fuming at getting hacked. I'm always advising Mama Cameron to just stop being noddy on the interwebs, and then I got hacked trying to do something cheeky on Facebook. What is wrong with what happened to Meta anyway? Back in the day it was so good, and now it's just a cesspit for fraud. Like, oh, fuck. Right, let's do this. It's going to be chaos, by the way. Just a chaos stream. But I digress. That you fans Pinkham, but be careful, Pinks. Be careful. Kyori, what do you think of Pinks? You prefer Bernie over Pinks? Right, let's go. Okay. Oh, just go away. Just go away, please. Crofty just trying to make conversation points, saying that Racing Bulls isn't the best looking, sexiest car on track. How do you mean? What are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about? Of course it is. Stop being silly, Crofty. Right, order confirmation. Let's go. Crofty, it's a bit inappropriate, mate. What are you talking about here? He's such a... Crofty's a clown, saying that he's wide-eyed watching Natalie Pinkham dancing to fuck's sake. Come on, Maltavia. All right, let's go. Let's go. Multi-viewer in the house. No! Fudge! Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, whatever then. Apparently, guys, sorry, I apologise for being numped here, but I'm desperately trying to get some metrics up and I can't get them. Apparently. Right, let's just chat. Oh, man. All right. I've been silent for too long. Let me... 260 of you, 218 of you bearing with me. Why can't I get metrics? That's so... She had a great interview with a red flag, but I know red flags are decent. Hello, Vankers. We need Jensen and Nico. No, we need Nico, RLJ. I disagree. I couldn't disagree with anything more. Crafty talking about concrete in chat. They're just going to be riffing. This is where you need a Peter Windsor to be on there telling his old stories about how he'd write letters to teams canvassing the services of Nigel Mansell. That's what you need. This is where you need him most. Do you know what I mean? I can boo over here. Can I boo? Oh, the booing is chaos, isn't it? Listen, sometimes you gotta boo. You know what I mean? If you want to voice your discontent, I can hear Cameron commentary whilst watching testing, not this dribble. Yeah, no, it's starting some shh. You're a legend. No. We'll be talking. No cursing. I know. Did you hear me just now? I'm fuming. I want the metrics. How do I get the flipping metrics up? How do I get these metrics up? It's puzzling me. I'm seeing somebody else and they've got the flipping multi-view metrics up. Go on then. Let me try something else. One last time. Let's have a go. Let's have a gander. Right. Fuck, so annoying. Oh. Fudge cake. What the hell is going on here? It's so frustrating. Alright, let's try again. F1 watch F1 TV. Oh, anyway, right, we'll move. I could do a cheeky one and just right, whatever. That's perturbed. You can tell that that's troubled me. Whatever. We'll continue in this vein. Pinkham currently saying that she thinks that Liam Lawson has got what it takes. I know that hair. Donald, greetings from Florida. Greetings, sir. Lol, bedhead. How do you get fapping metrics up? Oh, honestly, Pope Sam McGott, aka McLaren F1 I don't know what's going on. MBS will dob you in. I don't know what's going on, chat. We'll work on it. Chill cam. We don't need the metrics for bloody testing. We came to see you. Oh, you're a legend. You're a legend, Umanch. Thank you so much. Donald, welcome to the stream from the same state. Where's Donald? Donald just popped in. Greetings from Florida. Jason, why they talk about Liam? come to talk about Lewis Fake. Oh my gosh, Jason. Mate, Father Time is undefeated, undisputed. I can attest as much. It happens. It does happen. Right, go on then. Let's get some. What's going on track? Right, Liam Lawson currently tops the timing sheets in a ball that is red. Remember, by the way, they can't. Only one driver out on track at a time per team. It is testing after all, and them's the rules. Team on us 3 hours and 42. Should we bed in? I should get comfortable, shouldn't I? We're going to be here. Cam, I think that Lewis and Charles are going to have a good season. I can feel it. So go on then, Itachi. Have you guys heard me talking about this? I've got a theory on all this Lewis Hamilton stuff. Let me get cozy and we can have a cheeky chat about all this stuff. Let me get cozy. Let me get my drink on. Yeah, let's settle in now. Go on then. Let's get cozy and we'll have a chat. Ironically, when I get comfortable, my brain seems to work better. Go on then. So the comment about Lewis and Charles, I'm cautious, chat. I feel like I've read this book before as far as the disconnect between hype and reality. As far as Lewis, I'm not saying that Lewis isn't a brilliant driver. What I'm saying is that the hype is here and the probability that Lewis will win an unprecedented 8th is somewhere around here. And I'm cognizant of that. I've seen too many. Why doesn't the dude pull up if you're moving the car track, pull your shorts up? I don't want to see. Ironically, Mike Crack is the team. Aston Martin is the team for whom Mike Crack works. Go on then. Here's what we'll talk about swearing and being in a minute, but I would love to get fully behind Lewis Hamilton. I am fully behind Lewis Hamilton, but I would love to get fully on board the Lewis Hamilton copium train. I can't do it, for this is the channel on which we only speak to truth, value and objectivity, shirking at each and every single turn, partisanship and any other cognitive dissonance worthy of the name, recency and or confirmation bias. Because seeing all those pictures of Sir Lewis and the bloody pinstripe and the tie and in front of the F40 and the 7 windows open and the 1 door that's shut and the pathetic fallacy and all the symbolism, seeing all of that, it's very easy to believe, leaning into human fallacy, that Lewis Hamilton is assumed for the championship, but it doesn't work like that. Sport has no sporting endeavour and achievement knows nothing of nostalgia, nor does it care for nostalgia, and that's my concern. So many times in the past I've looked upon a circumstance and said, well, if this is a fairy tale, then Lewis Hamilton's surely going to win, but this isn't fit. This isn't the movies, chat. It is not the movies. And like sometimes suspending your disbelief doesn't necessarily work for sport in real life. As much as I'd love for Sir Lewis Hamilton to win, it would be a lazy, low-hanging trope. It would be irresponsible of me not to acknowledge the enormity of the task ahead of Sir Lewis and the gradient of the mountain climb that he's about to undertake. That's the honest truth. Cameron, hype is always 100%. Reality is always less than 100. I agree with you, Stephen Michael. Let's go. Legend back in the house. Welcome to the newest, the latest and greatest member of the Elated Peddler Gang again. If you want to join the clan, feel free. You'll get priority in the chat each and every single time, and you'll get access to a cheeky newsletter sometimes, and the emojis, lest we forget. Go on then, Steve. 4 hours like a double race. I know. I'm leaning back. You see, I've leant back and now I can remember how to speak and enunciate. I just simulated the canards attached to the brake ducts of the W16, and it is weird to say the least. Shashank, bloody Dora, that's some high level stuff, mate. 4 hours double. Starley, another max season. That is this year's surprise. Starley, if they give him a car, it's going to be difficult. I was watching Land, that there was a really good review since I've just reactivated my Sky Sports subscription for $1,000 gazillion each and every single month. I was watching a replay, like a review of last year, just refreshing my memory ahead of this stream. And Lando was very weak. I'd forgotten how weak Lando was in his defence. Mexico and Cota. Bruno Mars settings, Anderson Pack. Lando, I'm going to leave my door open, Norris. That's his new nickname. Because he just lets... I know the fast... If it's qualifying, that's the line that you take. Like, you want to take the racing line. But if it's a race, surely first order priority is to defend the chap behind you, particularly if their name is Maximilian Verstappen. And it's like Lando Norris just doesn't get the memo. It's as if he just doesn't realise... Like, he doesn't... I don't know. He just misreads the room. He doesn't get the assignment in real time, and I think he needs to sort that out if indeed he wants to win himself a championship. Michael, you're a legend. Let's go, Cam. Goat Setties. No, one day when I grow up, maybe, but I appreciate you, Michael. You're far too kind. Booing Max is just a boomerang effect in play, to be honest. Basically, you're just doing what he wants you to do. Mancho, I was watching Max yesterday. What was the race? I feel like it was Mexico or Imola. And post-race, I think Crooksy said to him, listen, I think you want to show young racers that as the example of what it means to defend. Like what defensive racing looks like and how to do it. And you could see Max's eyes. I was watching it with my better half. And she was like, you can see, like... She said, not me. You could see Max just glow up, like, you know, when you're happy but you're trying to not look happy. You could see him just glowing at the positive. So I know Max Verstappen says he doesn't care. Ultimately, when he says that he doesn't care, what I think he means is that he's not going to let anybody affect him. He's not going to allow his driving style to be changed because somebody said something. But I think Max Verstappen cares. You can see him. Anytime he gets a compliment, you can see him like beaming but trying to hold it down per se. You know what I mean? Lewis, I believe Lewis not including this year, has a 2-year window. Oh, I don't know. The timeline on Lewis, we'll talk. We will talk. Cameron, do you think Bottas will find the F1 race? I think sadly for Bottas, I think his time's over. This is the young man generation now. Do you know what I mean? For the longest time, it's been Valtteri Bottas's time and Kevin Magnussen and Nico Hülkenberg. It's been the old heads, Checo Perez. But now they're realising that the opportunity cost on missing out on a Kimi Antonelli is higher than the security that a K-Mag would give to you. I think that it's often worth taking the risk. Norris is not a lion, says Starlet. Oh, the humanity. FYI, MV is displaying metrics. Coyote, something's going on my end. I know, I've seen it. Something's going on with mine. F1 Live TV. I'll work it out, I promise. I don't know why mine's not working. Oh, there's your timing. There's a timing. I'm just on the wrong thing, chat, that's why. I'm just on the wrong thing. Now there's a timing sheet. We've got it. Let's get. Okay, so we're not going to get radio messages, but we will get ourselves some time. Right, let's go. Let's go. We're back in the game, gang. Thank you, Kyrie. I've realised how to do it now and why I'm such a fool. Although it's a bit skittish. It's not working perfectly, Kyrie. All of the metrics that you see on this channel are courtesy of our mates over at go on then. Go on then. Let's get ourselves 200 of you in the chat even. I'm off to work. Pope San Miguel, don't work too hard, mate. 2-year window plus the 7 windows at Marinello. Oh, fundamentalist, Umanch. Fundamentalist, I'm telling you. It's a good turn of phrase that. I must have stolen it from someone, somewhere, sometime. All right, let's get ourselves out some metrics. Finally, The Rock has come back. Right, we are back in the game. Let's go. Courtesy of our mates over at Multiview, by the way. Shout out to them. We're back in the game and we've got metrics 192 of you in the chat. Let's go. Oh, start talking about McLaren front wing. They have to start some ish. They have to. RLJ, you're a legend. Currently at top of your timing sheets. One Jack doing. Oh, the humanity. I knew that at some point I was going to need my tablet, but I haven't brought it down. T minus 3 hours and 30 minutes. Do you think we can last, chat? Do you think we can last? Boom. Let's go, Kyori. Thank you for talking me through what to do and how to do it. Happy birthday. Oh, it's Stephen and F1 fan. F1 fan 1239. I've missed you. Happy birthday, F1 fan. Mick doing, is he in Bahrain with Jack? I haven't seen him yet, just yet, Lee. Only Hulkenwagen doing out on track. I don't hate that Alpine, by the way. Sacrilege. I don't hate it, though, I'll be honest. Kayla, it's hard to tell. I mean, this is the get as many laps in as you possibly can championship, right? There's not a lot to. I mean, I'll do and stop at the timing sheet for whatever that's worth, but I don't know. I think I don't trust Red Bull, I'll be honest with you, Kayla. Are they serious? I know, yeah. Do is indeed the acronym that they've given him. What were they meant to give him? DOH? I mean, he's chosen that, hasn't he? Mansell did it and he could barely squeeze his chunky booty into the car. What are we talking about here? The windows and the door taught by some Lewis fans. Max by a plane Falcon 8X. Oof. 8X. Did he buy that? Is that what the plane's called? I did not know that. I did not know that. Is that the symbolism? The pink beep? I know it does. I think it does go hard, Hans. I don't disagree. Lewis is not just a driver. He's built different to Alonso, Vettel, Max. Adam, says Selvin, falls short by some distance. Selvin, we're going to be talking about this, mate. We are going to be talking about this. Go on then. Is Lewis better than all of the aforementioned? Seb, Alonso? Probably. In his pomp for sure. Definitely. I don't think it's even... Here's a tip for the... I know you're a legend, Ryan. Thank you so much. It's a bit cheeky. It is a bit cheeky of me here, but again, if you like this, F1 TV access plus multi-viewer. Is Charles Leclerc sleeping? Wake up, Charles. Modern day Jean. He looked like he was kipping. He's not meditating. You don't meditate and yet your head moving to the side. Unless he was kipping. Yeah, you were kipping. No, you weren't stretching. You were kipping, Charles. I know what sleep looks like. Max knows how many people appreciate. Go on then. Let's talk Lewis versus Seb. I mean, this is the argument that birthed the channel, because my mates were saying in 2010 to 2013 that Seb was better than Lewis. It's like, hang on, normalise for the car performance differential. And Lewis would run rings around Sebastian Vettel. I'm not having that. You having a laugh? No chance. So I'd always put Lewis. You got to compare prime for prime, right? So prime Lewis definitely beats a prime Seb. A prime Lewis beat a prime Fernando. It's not even a hypothetical one, right? 2007. Although if you were Fernando, he'd argue that he was on the receiving end of some partisan treatment by dint of Ron Dennis's McLaren, chaotic era. So I don't know. It is techie. Ryan, thank you so much. You're far too kind as always. Dada. Chat map is available now. You can see it on the bottom left. Max. Style a nice graphic. I know. Listen, if you like these graphics, courtesy of multi-viewer each and every single time. All you need to do is get yourself a F1 TV thing, and then the most basic of memberships, and then download yourself the free app that is multi-viewer, and you are Gucci, good to go. All right, fam, I got to get a few hours sleep in. See you all later. Can pick up yourself soon. Forward, Kayori. You're a legend as always. Get some kip. I would love to go back to sleep myself. To be fair, I will do at some point later today. I like this Alpine colour. I don't hate it. Outlaw. Lewis is not better than Max. I think Max is more complete than Lewis. Lewis has the stats, but also the longest time in the best car. Oh, Outlaw, we're going there, aren't we already? Visual can't follow today, but we'll be here tomorrow and Friday. You're a legend, Visual. I hope everyone is doing well. I've been seeing which races I can get to after my first one last year. This year, Bahrain, Imola, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi. Let's go, Visual. You're a proper one. A proper one. Outlaw, we taking it there with the Lewis versus Max already. We may as well stop talking about Lewis Max from the past. It's over now. New game, new prizes. Be a fan of F1. Full stop, new paragraph. I don't hate it, Hans Ross. Let's go, Cam. Good to see you live, mate. Keep the content coming. Can't wait for you 2025. Oh, 15, Darcy. You're a legend. You're a legend. I'm going to indulge you in a mini Outlaw with the Max and Lewis conversation, because we may as well. We've got 3 hours and 24, right? Let's have a look what's going on track, by the way. That front suspension layout looks chaos from Red Bull. Look at that. Is that front suspension different? Huh. Is that front suspension differente? Huh. Is that front suspension different? It looks like chaos. But I was having this conversation with I was having this conversation with Shez yesterday about the availability heuristic that means that you forget what the previous iteration of the car looked like. I'm trying to compare cars, and I don't even know. Like, I was comparing not the Abu Dhabi iteration, but the Bahrain iteration of the RB20. It's a different car, Cameron. You got to compare the latest iteration of Red Bull and the latest iteration of last year's cars. Very similar to this one. If you compare the car as it was at race 1 to the car as it is now, then they look different, right? The bloody side pod is protruding a lot more. Futile conversation, imagine. I agree with you. I mean, why can't we just... It's like Messi and Cristiano, isn't it? It's almost like you spend too much time arguing which one's better, and per Bruce Lee, don't focus on the finger or you miss all the heavenly glory. You gotta just ingest them though. Just drink them in and enjoy them. Lewis isn't better than Schumi with damage to his left shoulder and having to relearn how to drive matched Rosberg. Schumi and Alonso would fight for the title, second and third best car. Official, bloody Dora, the Lewis Hamilton sacrilege already. Huh. I concur with the second clause visual. I understand why people criticise Lewis, that he's not necessarily the best. If he hasn't got the car underneath him, particularly this latest iteration of Lewis Hamilton, then you're not going to get 100% of Lewis Hamilton. He's just, do you know what I mean? It's just who he is, right? But if he does have the car, then you could make the argument that there's no F1 peddler in F1 history that can talk to him. It's a weird dichotomy, isn't it? It's a very strange automotive pugilistic Rubik's Cube as far as Sir Lewis Carl Davidson Hamilton is concerned, for which you need to solve to understand that properly. Duran currently tops your timing sheets 133.1, but again, what's all important is testing, not necessarily the time, but the number of laps that you get in, reliability, data dive, understanding for the brand new car and its handling dynamic, how it evolves. Car looks like it's been put on a diet. Oof, Lewis isn't better than shit. Visual as well. I think I've got this as well, but I think of the old heads, again, this is a form of availability heuristic, right? As far as like the older ones, Schumi, there is a mythos around Michael Schumacher that kind of your mind wants to put him above the latest and greatest ones, right? And I don't know if that might be the truth, visual, but who's to say definitively? I don't know. Schumacher might have been able to beat Lewis. He had different strengths. I don't know if Schumacher was as quick as Lewis on his day, though. I'll say that. But would he be able to beat him over the course of a championship? Quite possibly. I don't know. 7 championship each suggests Schumacher. Yeah. But I mean, can you do that F1 maths, Stephen? Is it even fair to go, well, he's got 7 and he's got 7, so then it depends on the lens through which you view and judge F1 greatness now. It just depends. Like, it's all subjective. Greatness and beauty are both in the eye of the beholder now. Go on then, Ted. Let's have a word. Oh, wow. Ted Kravitz hypothesising on a number of times that Bono, Lewis Hamilton's ex-performance at race engineer even, has called Kimi Antonelli Lewis. Bloody Dora, come on. Like, what do we do there? I don't hate that. Ted Kravitz talking about the Ferrari. Ted Kravitz saying that the Mercedes, the silver, black and grey Red Bull. Yeah. They've stolen it. Yeah, 100%. The side pod inlets look exactly like the RB. Vincent, you're a legend. Thank you so much for becoming the latest and greatest elite peddler. Yeah, the overbite. It's reminiscent. Ted Kravitz is right. Mercedes W16, very similar to RB20, eh? The overbite. Instead of debating Max versus Lewis, just shut your mouth and witness the history being made right in front of you. These debates have no correct answers. It's like cheesecake versus tiramisu. I agree with you, but it's subjectivity. You don't think so, Munch? It's fun to have these barbershop debates. Max versus Lewis, Schumi versus Senna. Who would have won in their pomp? Which one was the greatest? It's fun. I almost think because you'll never know, it will always shut down the conversation for the rest of the night. If you say, in a room full of F1 fans, if you say Max is better than Lewis, that's the conversation done for the night. You will be it will be an argument. It will be back and forth. It has to be. Schumacher was driving behind Senna and didn't quit the sport that weekend. Oh, gee. Are there clear differences from the RB21 and the late stage RB20 aside from the livery? There are a couple things. I think they've tinkered with the suspension and I think they've tinkered with the side pod, but it's minimal. It's minimal. They said, if you watched the video yesterday, they said that the main differences are underneath the car. Pierre Vachet's been talking about this. He said that it will be more of an evolution than a revolution as far as what you can see on the car, but the key bits have taken place underneath. Venturi tunnels, the underside, the floor, and so too the underside of the front wing. 318 of you watching concurrently. As we are T-minus 3 hours and 15 minutes away from the end of the first session. Bobby, you're a legend. And if you want to join the channel and become a member, I'm appreciative, no grateful ad infinitum. And that will get you access to a cheeky emoji or two. Deference, no preferential treatment in the chat each and every single time, in a cheeky newsletter. And some emojis. Tiramisu and cheesecake, although I'm going chocolate Swiss roll. I used to be a big fan of Swiss rolls, Stephen. Swiss rolls back in the day. Oof. Hi Cam, just joined as a member after following you for a very long time. Vincent, you're a legend, a proper legend. Thank you, mate. Like you, I would well up running for a very long time. Happy to be part of your membership now. And listen, we're going hard daily, every day. Each and every single day, and we're also going hard in the paint when the championship kicks in, streaming. If there's a car on track, we'll be talking to it on here, I promise you. Looking to build ourselves a community over the next few years. It's going to get techie. Grandpa in a second. I'm a grandpa in a second. Salvin, are you going to be a great... Listen, congratulations preemptively. Did the FIA forget about testing the timings and the sector timings are taking an age to come up? Oh yeah, I think it's a bit glitchy. I think it is a bit glitchy, but not much we can do about it. I think day 3 times are more representative. Well, day 3 times, the end of day 3, if I recall correctly, they all go on glory runs. In fact, if I recall correctly, the shape of these testing sessions, at the end of every single day, there'll be like 30 minutes where they go hard and start to do glory runs. That will be salient or prevalent trend, particularly in the last session. So the PM session of day 3, that's when they all go. Do you remember Haas did it a couple of years ago? They were like just lighting up the timing sheets. I'm from Cape Town. Let's go, Vincent. Let's go. Wassy Siffy late. My dad always used to listen to the national anthem. He made me learn it, and I can't do it anymore. Vincent, you're a legend. Fastest lap of, or the half of the national anthem, sorry, because it's split, isn't it? Convo done, rolling on the floor laughing. Pablo, I think Dave 3 times an hour more. Bobby, in a race, I bet Lewis will accidentally drive into the Mercedes. Did it? Who did that before? Someone moved teams and then did that, didn't they? Who did that? Oh, I think Lewis did it when he moved from McLaren to Mercedes, didn't he? If I recall. Bobby, you're a legend. Different caliber. James, Massa won a WDC. Oh, James, don't do it. Well, apparently Felipe Massa is going to have his first UK court hearing imminently. How, chat, let me ask you this question. How far do you want to go back to revise history? How many years have we got? We may as well go back to like 1952 and start talking. What are we? What's the point? Sounds like an Alonso strategy. Hans, if you could pick an outcome for the season, Cam, who are you going for? Well, it depends in how, like the terms. Like, what are the terms? Listen, the rules of Cameron F1 until further notice, or Cameron CC, even Triple C. I just can't back against Max Verstappen. I know he's still joint favourite with Lando. Lando, I'ma leave the door open, Norris. That's his nickname. I'm telling you, it just goes. It's going to stick. Let's have a look at the odds. Oh, wow. Lando Norris is currently the favourite. No, so there's still joint favourite. No, hang on. No, Lando Norris is now 28% of the time they say Lando Norris will win. Let me just check those maths. 28.5% of the time they say Lando Norris wins the championship. 4 over 15. Only 26.66 recurring for Max Verstappen. Listen, if you're a fan of odds, Go22, you're an absolute legend. Welcome to the gang. That will get yourself deference in the chat each and every single time. A cheeky newsletter and some very sexy emojis. So go on then, chat. If we're doing some odds, if we're talking probabilities, if you run this championship 100 times, the odds makers are saying that Lando wins 28.5% of the time. Max Verstappen only wins 26.6 recurring. That sounds a bit bogus to me. I know even if Lando does have the quickest car, I don't care. I just, are you still a Mercedes fan? I never was a Mercedes fan, Shashank. I didn't care about them. And this is the story, right? When they get to Silverstone, there will be no silver. Those luminous caps are gonzo. Nobody will be buying them anymore. Mercedes have done one of these. This is a credit crunch for Mercedes. Subprime crisis. They are gonzo. Nobody cares. The stopwatch doesn't lie. Fernando beat Lewis in quali. So his car was not slow. He just got hammered by hammer time. Yeah, well, yeah, probably. Alonso's wing is doing a madness. Let's have a look. Flexi-wings settings. It's got to be. Sounds like Alonso Strat. And last, did the engine cover get changed? I don't think so. Not looking at the evidence of yesterday. I don't think the engine cover changed, or at least not materially. Late stage engine cover 20. Yeah, it's got the cannons. Not as pronounced as it was at, say, Monaco, but it does have cannon-ish. Not cannons all the way going, but they're pronounced at the back, aren't they? If you have a look at the Abu Dhabi, look at I want to say yesterday morning's video. We compared and contrasted the two, like the Abu Dhabi iteration of the RB20 as versus the pictures that they revealed yesterday. Oh my gosh, some YouTubers put Max 5th or lower in their championship predictions. I mean, Manch, but the assumptions that they made therefore are that Red Bull won't have a car, right? That's what they're saying. If you're going to put Max, if you're of rational mind and not an Abbott of unreason, nor a Maximilian Verstappen naysayer, and you're going to put him on the basis of the past 24 months body of evidence. If you're going to put Max like that low, then you're saying that he hasn't got a car. I put Lewis 6th day. Oh my gosh. I mean, you understand my reasoning for that though. You guys saw me outline my assumptions. YouTube mirror. Type in Sky F1 mirror and you can. In fact, there's a link. Scroll up mirror and you'll be able to see it. There is a link. Ours is the only team which selected a full set of wets. Bobby says, interesting. Go on then, Fernando. Go on, let's have a cheeky. I haven't looked at a track. Mr. Windsor will always say, Cameron, peek your head up and look what. Peek your head over the pit wall and see what's actually going on track. I'm sat here watching numbers. T-minus 3 hours remaining. I need to get match fit, chaps, guys and girls. My stamina is waning. RB20 was multiple tenths off some weekends after Miami in 2024, and Max still pulled the most wins out of that. Do people just there is a tendency, some say, to drink from the fountain of unreason, if indeed you are an abbot of such a thing. There you go, Ryan, you're a legend. Sky 1 in the UK, ESPN Plus in the US, F1 TV probably, or global even. There you go, Ryan. I'll just watch them circle around Cam's right shoulder. Let's go, Ryan. Let us go. No, legendary stuff. 249 of you watching can only do me a favour and smash a like. 3 hours and 6 minutes remaining. Alonso tops the timing sheet. Go on then, a cheeky on board of one Yuki Tsunoda's car. Let's look at what the wing does into. It's flexing, but it's not flexing that much. Go on, let's look at what his wing does on the back of this long straight. The start finish one. Oh, and they've just gone to the helmet cam. Sack off the helmet cam. That shows us nothing. And the wing cam. Loading donuts. Let's go, Bobby. I don't know. Brew a coffee. I know. I should have. I've got Coke. I've got Coke. Poisonous substance that is. He wasn't bad, eh? He wasn't bad in Brazil, James. But again, it's at this stage, it's almost like if Max is if there are big odds on Max, you see what I'm doing there with the Lando and Max comparison as far as their odds. Here are the rules. If I were a betting man, which I'm not anymore, then any time that it's wet and or Max has got some. If Max is starting like lower than 10th and it's wet, do you know what I mean? You know where to place your money. If Max isn't favourite for the championship, as he's not now, 26% of the time, if Red Bull build him a car, he's going to be a handful. Yeah, I have to do it for sure to keep myself dialed in. 3 hours remaining. Do you know what I mean? And we've got another session after that. Going to be chaos. Binks makes a salient point there, to be fair, that it's going to be a bit techie, isn't it, as far as how do you balance your portfolio, bearing in mind 2026 new rules and regs, dynamic aero and all this nonsense. Like how do you, obviously there will be trickle down, there will be downstream impact of nailing this car, and plus you can't just put down the 2020. You can't do as Mercedes did in 2021 and just, we'll stop upgrading the car now and think about this zero pod design concept that's not going to work. No. That's not the way that works, I don't think. You shouldn't do that. That's ill-advised. How did that work out for Mercedes in 2022. Not very well. Bird in the hand is worth two in the bush now. What's happening to Lewis, man? Yeah, I wouldn't read. I mean, he's getting in laps, isn't he? On the old hard tyre. I'd don't read too much into this. Not just yet, Emmanuel. You just want to see him at the top of the timing sheets, right? They're also looking to make a statement right now. Yuki, oh yeah, look at that. Bloody Nora. Pablo, nothing to take that. 100% Pablo. I agree with you. It's testing. What we're talking about. Practice. Is that what we're talking about? Aston and Williams are in pain. No hiccups for Red Bull. Ferrari carrying understeer. McLaren has an unstable rear in the wind. Early game goes to Red Bull. Thus far. Ramona, how have you deduced all of that from just this? It's only been an hour. How do you know? that's you've deduced a lot. Like, where would you go with a VPN to get F1 TV? I've got Nord hands, but I think it's cheaper out there. I don't use it anyway, to be fair. Yeah, January the 2nd. Crofty making a salient point again. January the 1st, I think, is the first day when this iteration of 2026 car, 2025 car even, 2026 car can get on the wind tunnel. Did I read that right? I think I might have got that wrong. Scott Mansell broke down why Mercedes made the zero pod mistake, and it was because they shortcut their road surface wind tunnel testing. I bet they won't that much same mistake again. I think there's a couple different things in there. No, I mean, defer to Scott, his driver 61s, you know what I mean? But I think there is a level of technical arrogance in that team still today. James Allison is God tier, right? But they let him go at the wrong time, and it was bloody the other guy, Lawrence Elliott or whatever his name was. Mike Elliott, sorry. I think there's a couple of different things in there. They were told, they were warned by Peter Wright, the porpoising. How did they not know? If you don't, history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. And if you fail to learn from a history, you're doomed to repeat the mistakes that so engendered it. And that's what they did. Peter Wright volunteered to help them with porpoising. And remember, Peter Wright was the one who, he experienced porpoising when it was first a thing back in the 70s, for Pete's sake. Like, so take his advice then. I think it's multi-layered. I don't think it's a simple equation. It is complicated for Mercedes. Lewis said they didn't listen to him. They carried on barking up that design philosophy tree. Going into 2023, they had the bloody Red Bull dropped the ball as far as their setup in Brazil, and that opened the door to George Russell's first win at bloody. And then all of a sudden, oh well, irrespective of whether the performance curve is infinitely difficult to access, will continue. No. This is a level of technical arrogance, methinks, as well. James Allison equals F140. Don't know what you're referring to. F140. I know, Stephen. Ramona's levels. Proper levels, Ramona. I don't know how you've deduced that. I don't know how you did. That's chaos. Point it at the Netherlands, Hans. And I think you're good. Anybody caught swearing yet? Ted Kravitz swore on the F1 podcast. The F1 show, they're calling it now, on Sky Sports F1. And Ted Kravitz swore on it yesterday. I mean, if they're going hard, though, in the paint, aren't they, the FIA? They're smashing rally bards and like all these guys from different formula that can't afford 10,000. They're destroying them. Like, zero fudges given. How rude. 261. Hamilton to the top. Oh, yeah. Take your picture. Let's call it now, chat. Do you know what I mean? I'll take that. On a 130. Can you imagine Team LH now? Especially the extremists and or fundamentalists. 132.6.241 up the road from one Alex Albon. I mean, the 8th is in the bag, eh? The 8th is in the bag. We have penalty points going into the season, and this is true also. Max has penalty points, right? 8 off. Oh, the humanity. Top 1, Simon. I mean, he's going to win. Dude, Max is all right for his age, 27. He's not bad. Prost the GOAT, how are you doing, sir? 334 of you watching concurrently. You guys are legends every single time. Do you know what I mean? Could I say, I want to be respectful with the sirs, but Prost the GOAT, I'm presuming your sex and gender. It's quite rude of me to do that, isn't it? I should not. I shouldn't be so presumptuous. I got into an argument once. Initially, it used to be sir and ma'am. But then ma'am is like, even sir's a bit, I'm trying to be polite out here. And I mean, it's becoming a bit of a stick, right? But there is an inference about one's age, particularly with ma'am. But you know what I mean? I don't know. You got to come with a bit of personality on these channels. There's so many F1 YouTube channels out there. Do you know what I mean? Want to be a little bit different. USP settings. 8th championship, says RLJ. Book it in that. Well, if you fancy Lewis Hamilton, you can get decent odds on that. I want to say a couple of months ago, one of my colleagues, legend that is JP, he got 10 to 1 on Lewis, meaning therefore something like 8%, right? Less than, I think. Chat's glazing. Oh, Bobby, that glazing word, the connotations. Oh, the humanity. Glazing of who? Lewis or Max? Oh, the humanity. Lewis hiding the pace of that car. Oof. 132. Can you imagine if Lewis mounts a challenge? Forget wins an 8th. That'd be too chaotic. But he's challenging for an 8th over the course of the next 24 races. Oh, no. I cannot go. Just call everyone bro. I call my mum Mrs. Bro. I know. Bro. Bruv is bruv or brav is the term used in London, UK, but it's chaos. Here he is, candidate. Save that SLH top spot. It will be first. Oh no, it will be first and last. No, the first shall be last and the last shall be first. Say it's not so, candidate. Oh no, speaking of which, he's just gone off, hasn't he? But you got to be wary of crosswinds around this track. It's and that will Manch, you're an absolute legend. Your articulate expression and neutrality have attracted Formula One enthusiasts who prioritise a non-toxic environment under one hood. Thank you, Cam. Manch, you're an absolute legend. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to fashion the community. I just want to talk about F1 in its simplest terms. That's the mantra, no modus operandi of the channel. I just want to talk about F1 with other F1 fans who love the sport and arguing and debate in a way that's respectful. I mean, me and Candidate argue all the time, right? But it is what it is. Like we love the sport. Umanch, you're far too kind, and I appreciate those words. Like more than you might know, genuinely. I call my kids bruh. Oh dear, Umanch doing God's work. I know, proper. Simon Wu-Tang Swordsman Berry. I love that. That name, Simon, is legendary. Legend. I would be laughing if Court LH were glazing over a loose title challenge and then a crash takes the title. Problem with Charles is this. You guys have heard me calling him modern day Jean Lazy, and one suspects that moniker might endure through 2025. But Charles is handing me my ASS. Like I've had to take 2 seats last season, right? The challenge was laid out as follows. Charles, stop crashing. Stop making mistakes of the unforced variety. And he listened and he stopped. Now, there were a couple of mistakes in qualifying Abu Dhabi. Like, do you know what I mean? There were still like sprinkles of errors. But I mean, if you're year-on-yearing it, bloody no, look at the undercut of that Ferrari. Super aggressive now. And they've got the Flexi-wing going on as well. I want to see some of the onboards. But I just want to see yeah, Bobby, he's not been bad. I've got to shut my mouth a little bit here and give a dude props. If indeed Cameron CC is the channel where we will never ever sacrifice truth, value, nor objectivity at the altar of partisanship, I've got to shut my mouth. Charles Leclerc's been really good. Errol, you're a legend. Welcome to the channel, chap. And again, if you want to become an deleted peddler, you will get some sexy emojis, access to a cheeky newsletter on the community tab, and deference in the chat each and every single time when we do them. Big long chats on Friday in particular. I try and do Talk It Tuesdays, but we definitely do Formula One Fridays where we go long 8 p.m. British Standard Time. Get in the pits, Lewis. He's enjoying that car, isn't he? You know, and it's time to go in the pits, but you're still accelerating. I think that's indicative of the fact that Lewis went wide. He's pushing. Absolutely, Simon. The fact that when you go karting or if you're driving sports cars and it's time to come in and you still accelerate as you're coming into just before you come into the pit lane, I think Lewis Hamilton is enjoying his stint thus far in that Ferrari. Needed to changed. Haven't pointed it out yet, but it's Umanch. Thank you, Umanch. Umanch. Oh, it's a pet peeve. I hate it when people mispronounce names. Thank you so much, Umanch, for I'll learn it. Umanch. You're a legend. Bobby. Let's go, Sebastian Vettel Fingerboy. Can you choose Brazil on Brave browser? I don't know. Brave browser is a good browser though. It is a good one. I shouldn't recommend that. I shouldn't even talk about it on the YouTubes. Are you all prepared for Lewis Hamilton to come second to Charles all season? It's most likely, let's be honest. Well, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. The problem is for Lewis, I feel like he almost wanted to join Ferrari like a couple of years ago. If he joined Ferrari in like 2022, let's say, or even 2021, I'd back him against Charles Leclerc every single race. But now, it's like Charles Leclerc's gotten a new vein of form. He's remembered who he should be, who he can be in the future. Like it's Umanch, are you from India? I've seen the rupee sign in the chat. Let's go, Umanch. You're a legend. Umanch. I'm going to have to practice that. My enunciation is too poor, Umanch. I'll get it though, because I hate people that continually mispronounce people's names. No, bit of a linguist. Does this confirm news for sabotage? Like, oh my gosh, Fandera, are we going there already? Oh, I thought we'd avoid the S word for at least a couple of months. T-minus 2 hours and 50 minutes. I'm from the land of the Chanduk, that Karens. Let's go. Karuns. I always get Karun's name wrong as well. Umanch, you're going to have to... I need to give myself a bit of grace, don't I? I need to sort out my life. Don't talk, you're a legend. Done far too kind. Thank you for the donation. I think Charles Leclerc beating Lewis Hamilton is a probability. Is the most likely outcome. Charles coming into his prime, young, hungry lion, trending down the mistakes to zeros, nearest makes no difference. Lewis Hamilton will have his time, if indeed, I mean, my crystal ball is as murky as the next person's, but Lewis will definitely win races, for sure. He'll have, if Ferrari have a car, but I just don't know. He's got to outlook. In 2025, people want to say qualifying isn't that important anymore. How? What? This makes no sense. Logic dictates that in a sport where races and therefore championships are decided on hundredths, milliseconds, of course qualifying matters. Of course. It matters. It's going to get techier than techie things for Sir Lewis. Again, if he can't out-qualify George, F1 maths doesn't work right. But if he struggled to out-qualify George, then extrapolate that out to this season. Okay, it's a different car and you've got to normalise for the fact that Lewis didn't enjoy the handling dynamic of the ground effect, Mercedes, and they did all of that stuff. But yet and still, make it make sense. How's Lewis... It'd be the greatest comeback that I've ever seen in sporting history, I'll tell you that much. If Lewis can nail it and win himself at 8th, then I'm here for it. What's up, Cameron? I'm looking forward to seeing Lewis in anger for the first time in Oz. And he's not bad around Oz, is he? Is he, Neil? I think it's one of his most winningest tracks. So, I mean, this is one of those... Last year, if I'm putting on my Debbie Downer Lewis Hamilton cap, last year there were a couple of tracks when I said, Houston will have a problem as a Lewis Hamilton fan base. If George beats Lewis, if George outqualifies Lewis around these tracks, Canada, Silverstone, and there's one other... What's the other Lewis Hamilton track? Australia, potentially as well. I know for a fact, when I saw George outqualify Lewis around Silver, it was close. It was like, it wasn't, do you know what I mean? It wasn't like 0.3 or 0.2 difference between them. But when I saw George out qualify Lewis around Canada and Silverstone, I was like, oh my God. Oh my goodness. I was just like, no, this is too much now. Houston, we have ourselves a problem. Because you don't just out qualify Lewis around those tracks. Not around that. You might be able to out qualify him around, like, I don't know, a Spa or whatever. But Silverstone, no. Oof. Ramona Mohammed, I'm a driver. That's so I can see the attitude of the car and tell. Ramona, you've got a good eye. You've got a very good eye. I will defer to your infinite expertise. That they went into the pits and you can see what they were working on. Jeez, Ramona, I need to start paying more attention. I definitely... Battle of the teammates. Oscar over Lando, Charles. Go on, we need a cheeky vote, don't we? Right, you guys let me know. All I care about is WDC. Just listen to Crofty and Alex Brundle have a conversation. Crofty just said that this will be Lewis Hamilton's best chance of winning an unprecedented 8th championship. Oscar will still be around, RJ. Oh, LeBron and Kyrie. Oh my gosh, Visual. That wasn't bad either. But Warriors got tired, didn't they, Visual? Spent too long chasing that 70. Was it 72 that they won that year? Nonsense. Trying to break records instead of winning championships. It's chaos. I think this could be... So what... Go on, let's break down this sentence, chat. That this will be Lewis's best chance of winning the 8th. Well, of course it will. Next year, new regulation. Like, I don't think you're saying anything there. It sounds like it's Cam Melbourne predictions. Let's go. Again, I always pronounce Melbourne, and I know it's Melbourne. Melbourne predictions. What assumptions are we making, Bobby? Here's my thing. If Red Bull have bought a car, I'm not backing against Max in anything. I'm burned. The trend is your friend until there's a bend, right? If in doubt, zoom out. Who's been the most dominant driver over the past 3 years? Okay, so he's had a good car as well. Don't get it twisted. But, I mean, Max is a problem. I know people will say I'm glazing Max Verstappen, but you can only go off your first hand evidence, and he's a nightmare. How do you beat Max? I asked Shez this question the other day in the shakedown. How do you beat Max Verstappen? You got to Sebastian Vettel him, right? Do you know what I mean? Or Sebastian Vettel him. You got to qualify him first and then get to turn one and the end of lap one still in first place. Otherwise, you're just making yourself difficult, and then pit and maintain track position. You can't see him on track, because if you've got to overtake him, if there's any wheel-to-wheel combat, then it will get complicated. I think Piastri would his first one, potentially. What is this man saying? It's Lewis's first year for Ferrari. I don't expect a championship this year, but after the 2-year window. So, but then you've got all these things that you've got to triangulate for, right? Lewis is 40. Not going to get any quicker. He's the honest truth. People will say, yeah, he gets better with experience, and that lap time is a function of your experience. No, you don't get quicker. I don't care what anybody wants to say. I'm not saying that Lewis is on the downhill slope, but he's not in his prime anymore. Flipping Nora. I feel like that's obvious. These people that still... I argued with somebody on Twitter once upon a time. It was like, Lewis has only got a few years left. Oh, no, Lewis has got... What? He's only got a few years... It's not... Don't take my words. Listen to Lewis Hamilton. He's telling you this. He's only got a few years left. He said this, not me. This isn't any sort of like Lewis Hamilton blasphemy. I'm not saying anything controversial. Oh no, Cameron is going to go on for another 50 years. He's like, he drinks from the fountain of youth, blah, blah, blah. So, what's the point? Are these people even allowed to use scissors? Genuine non-rhetorical question. How long? Lewis is 40 years old, for Pete's sake. Maximum, how long has he got left in him? Well, another 5 years. You just can't DNF prediction for me. Oh, go on then. Let's have a look at predictions. Man in his prime. Do you think Bobby? As Angela, he has Angela 8th championship. Yeah. Well, if you connect the dots, if you're doing a Puffineer, then when did Angela join this camp in 2016, 17? Oh, I don't know. I want to say 2015. Or maybe 17. I don't know. Max's consistency is unmatched in 2021 already. He's gotten better since, while Lewis hasn't. Arguably gotten little bit worse. Hans, it's F1 maths that. I don't disagree with your assumptions though, Hans. I think you're onto something. But then does that mean, to play devil's advocate for a second, does that mean then definitively... It's too hard. It's too hard. Jomo, the legend that is... Since Lewis Hamilton's mind-controlled start... I love it, Jomo. Since Lewis mind-controlled Charles Tress, the deferral and peer respect was stamped in, and Charles is good at driver excuses. I mean, talking to the media. Oof. Let's go. Jomo, we touched base on it, moderator extraordinaire already. I'm not sure. You might be right, sir, but... Is that the most likely outcome? I would love to get a round of the King's game with Sir Lewis. Queen's sacrifice declines. You know what I mean? The sight of Silverstone grandstands bathed in red turf, says Umanch. You see me, Umanch. I'm really bad. I'm tired. It's far from what Enzo would have envisioned back in the Ford. Can you imagine? It's going to be and this speaks to March. You've just spoken to it. This is the power of Sir Lewis Hamilton, the behemoth that is Lewis Hamilton, brand Lewis Hamilton. Lest we forget, in the words of the infamous Jay-Z now, I'm not a businessman, I'm a business, man. There is a difference, right? Brand Lewis Hamilton fits very, very much into that. In fact, there's never been a driver in F1 history, arguably, that has a bigger brand than Brand Hamilton, right? It's techie. Right, I thought we can all speculate on banter on who's in front of whom, but we really won't know until the flag drops in. I would argue, who was saying this? Somebody was saying, Horner was saying, I think, that you won't know up until, like, before Suzuka, there won't be a prevailing trend. You just won't know, right? Different track circumstance, different challenge in terms of aero mechanical. No, you just won't know. Come on to the problem. Is Lewis's vegan diet? Bobby, now we're going to get techie, eh? Oh, dear. He swears by his vegan diet. But as you get older, maybe you need more of a I don't know. Maybe when you're young, you can get away with vegan. Some people would swear that vegan is the apex predator. The root of all things good health, eternal youth. I don't know. But high-level athletes normally swear by a balanced diet. I don't think you can go right. Sometimes we overcomplicate life, right? A balanced diet. If you've got access to meat, if you don't have access to meat, then a vegan diet will do. If you do have access to meat, why wouldn't you? Anyway, not to get political. Lewis outplayed Toto in real life chess, says no. Oof. A little bit. I feel like Toto, although Toto will look like a genius, right? I said that many moons ago on the Quick Stop F1 podcast. Toto will look like a genius if Kimi Antonelli is the truth. Imagine Kimi Antonelli's the next Lewis or the next Max Verstappen. Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. Did they talk about this being Lewis's best year for the last half an hour? Is that what we're doing here? Mate. Is Bernie's hobby to be, he's a F1 worker as well, is it? An F1 worker. What sort of, Cameron, you're tired, mate. An F1 worker. He works in F1, I mean. 344 if you're watching currently. Do me a favour and smash a like, por favor. Lawson flying on a hard tyre. I don't hate it. It's currently runners and riders. If we are looking at timing sheets, if that's a thing in which you're invested for the first session of testing 2025, Liam Lawson currently tops the timing sheets on a 132.036. I think he set that on hards. Lewis Hamilton on a 132.6. Alex Albon 132.8. Alonso thereafter. Nico Hulkenberg, Doohan of the Jack variety. Yuki Tsunoda, Oscar Jack, Antonelli, and Ollie Behrman. Oh, the humanity. And again, at the end of this session, you just want to look at. I don't think you can read into times. The reason being, they're on different programs, different setups. Their intentions are different. Some will be on flying laps. Some will be on sim programs. You need to normalize for different weights, different fuel. Like, it's too complicated, right? You need to, if you're going to make some comparisons and draw some conclusions that are worth their mettle, you've got to make sure you're comparing apples with apples. And at this stage, look at that timing sheet and say, Liam Lawson and the bulls that are red have the whip hand would be a tad premature, nay, a tad disingenuous. F1 worker, Bobby. What is wrong with me? That is good. We're gonna have to clip that. I told you all about Lawson. He's about to make a statement, starting some ish. Here's the problem: starting some ish. I think Liam will do some things. I think he'll have some highlights and he'll put in some drives. But the problem is that, I mean, Helmut Marko told Motorsport Week, or Motor Speed Week even, that they have the quickest driver. Helmut Marko's words, not mine. Therefore, why would you not design the car in his image? What they don't want to end up in is another 2020. Do you remember 2022 when it got awful? I would argue that this is the beginning of the end for Checo Perez. Do you remember the beginning in 2022 where they happened upon this understeery iteration of a bull that was red? That car was just like, it suited Checo Perez down to a T. That's why all of a sudden he got quick the first few races of the year and people were talking about him as a potential champion, right? And then Max and Joss and Raymond were like, Red Bull, do you want to lose Max Verstappen? And they were like, not really. No, thanks. Well, then if you don't want to lose him, design a car that works for him, mate. Sack off this understeery stuff. You have a dude who's the quickest driver on the grid. If indeed he can do what he does best, floats the rear end around him, around the low speed, medium to long duration turns. Raskas, make it so then. And after Monaco, you never look back, right? Checo Perez yeeted it into the barrier deliberately, just as did Nico Rosberg before him and Michael Schumacher around that track. And then, lo and behold, you have yourself a Max Verstappen resurgence. That was the Miami year, wasn't it? That was the beginning of the end for Checo Perez, bless him. When Checo Perez was like flying high, his momentum was doing one of these. People were talking about him as a challenger proper for one Max Verstappen. Now we don't need to depend on Sir Lewis. We've got Checo Perez to keep Max Verstappen honest. Yeah, cool. And then at the peak of his momentum curve, crescendoing, Checo Perez, the man formerly known as the Mexican Minister of Defense, drops it on pole in Miami. It's true. 2022 is Checo Perez's year now. Look at him. He's dropped it on pole. Max Verstappen was struggling in qualifying. Puts it on 9th or wherever he was. Checo Perez has it. And then Max Verstappen took Checo Perez and did one of these. Have some of that. What are you talking about? In a race, this is the Max. This is why Max is a chaos merchant. How are you going to qualify? Let's say qualify. I can't remember. Did he qualify 9th or 12th? He qualified far down the... Look, how did Max... Miami 2022... Oh, stop Max glazing, Cameron. How did Max in 2022... qualify so far down and pass Checo Perez with so much time in hand in a race where there was no safety car? What? This makes no sense. This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Like, how? Non-rhetorical question. In a race that didn't have a safety car, mate, it's levels. It's tantamount to lapping Checo Perez. Come from so far back. Race that had no safety car. Checo Perez should have been down. Can you imagine if Max had put that on pole? Checo Perez would never have seen which way he went. That race absolutely broke Checo hands. Never won again, retired. Yeah, no, I agree with you. There was no coming back after that. 366 of you watching concurrently. We're reminiscing about some Max Verstappen greatness, as we tend to do sometimes on this channel. Stop glazing Max Verstappen, Cameron. Stop glazing him. Is this a Max Verstappen channel? No, this is a channel that respects and acknowledges greatness. And in 2022, when Max Verstappen took Checo Perez and did one of these, have some of that, mate. What are you doing? Championship challenge. Behave yourself. Take 2 seats, Checo Perez. Now that I've got the car underneath me, Max said. Now that I can float the rear end around me at the low minimum speed, at the low speed, medium duration turns, you haven't got yourself a chance. Checo Perez, take 2 seats. Get away from me. What are you doing? Checo Perez challenging for the championship. Unbelievable. I used to love Checo when he was tyre whisperer and not the Mexican minister. You know, I listen, let me give Checo Perez his props, because once upon a time he wasn't bad, was he? Let's be honest, let's have it right. Let's be honest and truthful. 2021, I mean, does Max still win that championship without a helping hand from Checo? Abu Dhabi, Turkey, just to mention a couple. Non-rhetorical question. Oh, he wasn't a bad driver, was it, Gio? I mean, PTSD from 2023 to kick it in, yeah. Checo was good. Was good. Very, very clean. Have some. Give me back my championship, Max Verstappen said. You'll never beat me ever again. Have you heard this rumour as well? You know when you know at Brazil that year when Max was a bit harsh. Max could have given, he'd have won the championship already. He could have given Checo Perez that place to help him get second in the championship, right? But when they came over the radio and said Max GP, Giampiero Lambiase came over and said, you know what, Max, just give him back the place, please. Just give him back the place. Max said, I told you already. You know what he was referring to? Said that year, if not ever, Max was like, Checo Perez will never beat me again. Just remember, he beat him at Baku and then he beat him at Monaco. Max was like, full stop, new paragraph in my relationship with Checo Perez. That dude will never beat me ever again. Why? Because I'm just that good, Max said. Just that good. A good F1 work. Oh my God. Bobby, it's going to stick, isn't it? With Max, it's not about how, it's a matter of when. Umanch, you've said it there, mate. You said it there. He's inevitable, isn't he? Although, if we're going to talk honestly and earnestly, this is a different proposition of a championship for Max. It is different. New baby on the way. 8 super points license. 8 super points. 8 points on the super license. Sorry. The first two, and you know those roll off, right? The first 2 of those roll off. As at Austria, that's race 10 or something. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. Fastest car, does he have it? Maybe. Does that belong to McLaren? I tell you, I don't know. There are a lot of unknowns going into this championship. Performance clause in the contract. Has he got 1 foot outside of Red Bull Racing already? Potentially. Have we got some racing going on? Go on then, Hulk. Got some overtaking. Oh my gosh, look at these two going hammer and tongs. Is that those Albon and Hulkenberg? Hulkenberg said, nah, mate, you're not coming up my inside. Not today. Alex Hawk action. I don't hate it. I don't hate it, Max. Hulkenberg was like, nah, chap, you're taking the piddle. Yeah, Albon didn't. Yeah, Albon was concerned. Albon did a Lando. You can leave. And they did a Lando. I'll leave my door open. Norris around the second chicane at the Italian Grand Prix. He was very conservative, wasn't he? 347 of you in the chat concurrently. Do me a favour, special. I guess Max said in an interview that he will miss a race to witness. But no, Umanch, no. I read it. No, I will fact check you on that. Umanch, I read that Max said he will not miss a race. He wants nothing to change. He's like, no, I'm not going to miss a race. F1, I cannot miss a race. Oh, I think I know what you mean, Umanch. You're saying that what he said last year is that potentially he wants to incur, if he's going to go to 12 points and get a race ban, then he'll time it around the due date for his firstborn. But recently, I want to say in the last 24 hours, he said his F1 doesn't sleep. I'm not looking to miss any races. I'm not giving birth to the baby, so what do I need to be there for? Not those words, but that was the insinuation. It's a problem. He's coming to win, as he does every time. Different. It's a problem for the rest, I'm telling you. What's going on, Hanny? Legend of the channel, good morning. He should name his baby, I swear, and their MBS to do something. Let's go. A cheeky expletives. Yeah, and then just say it every time in the look at me. Every time in the FIA drivers press conference, that would be genius. Drink water. Stay hydrated. I'm not drinking water, I'm drinking milk. But I digress. Gordon Morgan, honey, let's go. I tried Outlaw. I speak a bit of German, but I know you guys, I know there are similarities, right? Guten Morgen, they would say in German. Morgan Outlaw. Let's go. Yeah, we just finished. Hanny, you just missed the Max Verstappen segment of the. Rewind a little bit, Hanny. We went hard for a couple of minutes there on Mr. Verstappen, reminiscing about Miami. Outlaw can update you. We got techier than techie things for a second there. Talking about the way in which Max Verstappen handled the circumstance with his old teammate Checo Perez in 2022. Yeah. You think you're a championship contender now, do you? Checo Perez and Antonio Perez Garibay. Championship contender. Have some of that. You know what I mean? Take 2 seats. This gin is going down too far. Oh no, RLJ. Pace yourself, mate. Pace yourself. Dutch, no, I clocked it, Addy. I clocked it, the slander. I don't know if everybody... I'm delusional, Outlaw. But he was a... Let's talk about Checo Perez whilst we're on the topic. What was he like? What was he smoking? What was he smoking? Keep your powder dry, chap. Do you know what I mean? Move in silence and only speak when it's time to say checkmate. He just didn't get the memo, did he? He did not get the memo. Paul Checo, man formerly known as the Mexican Minister of Defense. What would we do? I don't mind it when people get above their station and then and they get found out in high level sports. I've got to be honest. It sounds quite bad. I'm being flippant and a little bit horrible. But you know what? I tell you what it is. Not dissimilar to my story with fundamentalist team LH. And for the longest time, we were talking about Checo Perez, you recall, underperformance settings, yeeting it into the barrier at each and every single turn as near as makes no difference. To which Checo Perez fundamentalist said that I was talking rubbish. Stop being horrible. Leveraging at me the R word. What? Well, just because you disagree with me because you're an abbot of look at Lewis pushing hard, eh? Oof. Oh, I don't like this. Yeah, wind related. Okay, Lewis has had a couple of offs now, and I don't like that. Checo, read the room. 100%, Max. 100%. Salsa. And then he bought his team bottles of tequila. Read the room, Checo. 1000%. Yeah, no, Checo more like checked out. He was checked out, wasn't he? I think he tried his best, to be honest. I mean, F1's hard, isn't it? The wind is going... Crafty makes the point. Alonso tops your timing sheets. Look at that. 131.874, whatever that's worth. On mediums, the yellow labelled compound. The wind is changing. Currently 4.7 kilometres per hour coming in from the northeast. Travelling to the southwest. Track temperature 26.0 degrees Celsius. 15.1 degrees Celsius is the ambient temperature. 51% humidity. Let's go. Currently 2 hours 19 minutes still on the docket. Oh, the humanity. I mean, you got to be match fit for this, ain't you, Cameron? Checo was surprised a lot last year. He just didn't get it. Don't know what happened to him. Maybe they did this. Maybe the car handling dynamic just didn't suit. I mean, there's only so much you can do, right? But Marcus said that they were going to design a car for Max Verstappen because he's the quickest driver. What? That's what's supposed to happen? Well, Alonso said, hold my beer. Can you imagine if Adrian Newey's got his hand around? Imagine for a second, chat, that Adrian Newey's got his... he's not meant to be working until March the 1st. 47% of you say Max has got it. 31% of you say this belongs to Lewis. Oh, the humanity. Charles Leclerc on 12%. Lando Norris. Lando, I'll leave my door open, Norris. 10%. Oh, I feel like I think Lando will go close this year. But I just think ultimately he hasn't got the teeth. What's going on there? Checo Flower Girl, James, morning or finally got F1 TV Pro working with the VP. Let's go. Soon, James. Hopefully you'll be able to just watch it on Netflix soon. Thanks for the fact check. No, March. I think you were onto something. If you're talking about last year, you were right. I must have missed the article's headline. Just shows how ambitious he still is despite bagging 4 big ones already. Scary max settings. March, you're onto something there, mate. Just a very difficult problem for which the other 19 need to solve. There's a way to beat him, but you've got to be perfect. You're going to need stuff, operational excellence. So you're going to need the car that's probably quicker than his 9 times out of 10. Come on, Alex. It's a bit ambitious. You're going to need, do you know what I mean? It's going to be difficult. And I'm not sure that, like Lando as an example, listen, I know the look, people always talk about the look of a champion, right? And Lando, Lewis, Max, like they all have that. Charles definitely has that look of a champion. But like, does Lando have the eye of the tiger? When you look and listen to Lando, for whatever this is worth, this is me just spitballing here. Do you get the impression that Lando understands the tax, the cost that has to be paid if indeed you harbour aspirations of beating a Max or beating a Lewis, and 2, is willing to pay that tax? They're 2 separate entities, right? I'm not sure he has either as of the 26th for the second 2025. I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure Lando has either one of those things. It's going to get techie. It's going to get techie this year already. I'm talking myself into chaos, aren't I? I am talking myself into chaos. Oof. I mean, F1, send me the check. I'm ready now. I just want to see the championship and how it plays out. Send me the check. Send me the check, please, F1. Hmm. 351 of you watching concurrently. Do me a favour and smash a like. I'm grateful ad infinitum to each and every single one of you. It's going to be chaotic going into 2-5. I'm telling you, like, I cannot wait, but it's going to be chaos. And if there's a car out on track, we should be here talking about it. Usual schedule as always. 2 videos a day talking about all the salient threads at which we need to pull as far as F1 news, updates, gossip, plot lines, car development, upgrades, etc., etc. Tuesday we go long. Friday night is the big show where we go long, and Saturday night we try and go long as well. Can't always be long. Sometimes it'll be a cheeky shortcut of a video, cheeky splash and dash, but we try and go long as much as possible. Box, says Bobby. I would love to see a competitive. I know, me too, Nate. Me too, Cam. Which do you think has the best driver dynamic? Which team? I like, I think it's Scuderia Ferrari. It has to be Charles and Lewis, right? Harmonious. Although they'll come together at some point. Did you guys see F175? There's a good video out there. This brother needs to get to 50k and hopefully 100k wouldn't be bad, Max. Do you know what I mean? But I've got to focus on the processes and not the outcomes, some say, to achieve greatness. Excellence is what you do every day. Apparently. Bartek, you're a legend. 11-9. Thank you so much, too kind. Cam, this season is now or never for Lando Norris. Go on, and you guys didn't fellas this. New nickname for Lando. 51% of you say that. And too kind, Bartek, as always. Right. Let's do this. I'm going to... really important polls, these are. Cam, don't forget your comfort breaks. None of them, Stephen. None of them. We go hard. I might need one at some point, but We're going hard for the first section, each and every single time. Best Lando nickname. And then you guys need to tell me what the best Lando nickname is. Moniker settings. I'm being silly. Indulge me. Oh no, I can't even. God, you guys let me know the best. This is the most important voting poll of the year. You guys need to let me know the best nickname for Lando Norris. Is it Lando Norris? Is it Lando No Wins? Or is it Lando I'll leave my door open Norris? You guys let me know. I've got my own personal favourite if you can't tell. Liam, you're a legend and too kind as always. Morning F1 memorabilia room finished. Fine. Let's go! Pictures, please, Liam. I need to see it, mate. I've been talking to the missus about this. Fair pay camp for going live for testing. Off to watch the men that are united pray. Oh no. Bloody Nora, mate. Yeah, let's not even. That's too political. Liam, send me pictures though. I need to see those, chap. Put them on a Discord. Oh shoot! And if you become a member, you'll get access to the Discord. Check. Mileage may vary, but check on the community tab. I'll drop a cheeky newsletter in there at some point today because I'm due to put one in there. And on there will be a link to the Discord for brand new members, Elated Peddlers. And you'll be able to see Liam's memorabilia room. Bloody Nora, mate. I've been keen. Although I don't even know if I'll see it, Liam, because I'll be a bit jealous, you know. Green with envy. As green as the Aston Martin. You guys like Lando Norris. Lando, I'll leave my door open Norris though. Oh my gosh. That's my favourite at the moment. We can alternate. Norris is quite good, but the only problem with Norris is when I say Norris, it takes a discerning eye, an inquiring mind to understand that reference. I think it originated when somebody else made a video called Lando Norris. But seeing Lando's edition of the chicken shop with Amelia, what's her name, when he goes on a date and they eat at he just had no riz. I imagine that Lando would be quite suave. Do you know what I mean? They would have a bit of a je ne sais quoi with the women, but he was left dumbfounded, as we all have been with, like, do you know what I mean, members of the opposite sex from time to time. But I thought Lando would have a bit of chat and he just didn't. Cranky Lando. Lando Norris is the apex predator. Modern day journalist is the only guy that can deny Max a championship. Oof. Umanch. Oof. Oof. He was the only guy to deny Max that turn one overtake in Brazil. He knows how to race him, but he's silly. Oh, yeah? Wow. The Brazil anecdote is a salient one. Umanch, you've... Yeah, no. That's very, very good point. He did. I think Max was teeing him up, though. I think Max would have got Charles Leclerc in the end around Brazil last year. But it's a very good point. Didn't Max come over the radio and say something about Charles? Oh, he was like, Charles just makes so many mistakes. He was following him for a while, wasn't it? Maybe doing the sprint. But I remember Max coming over the radio and saying, oh, Charles just makes so many mistakes. And I leveraged that to purport to push forth the supposition that modern day journalism is very apropos, very controversial. That though, Charles Leclerc fans really want to do me some damage because of that name. It will always be Pando Porridge. Shout out Rocket Powered. I honestly had no idea you were saying Norris. Yeah. It's tough. It gets lost in the roundings. I just thought you were saying Lando in it. Yeah, no, a lot of people have said to me, Johnny, that why do you pronounce Norris so wrong. It's a stick. It's a stick. I had to look it up. I see that, Max. Yeah, Riz. The kids in the UK and the US at the moment use Riz as like swag almost, like in old school terms for like chatting up girls. Like, I don't know. Max borderline invincible. Cam says, I agree 100% since 2018-19. Just didn't have the car. You're not a million miles off there, Donny. Miss RS, all the above, Cam. I can't pick one. Lando Norris has the whip hand. I like Lando. The only problem with Lando, I'll leave my door open, Norris. And by the way, I coined that. I was listening to the song and I was watching the review of last season last night. And the way that he just leaves it's egregious. It's almost like he wants to be overtaken, particularly on the first lap going into turn one. Unbelievable. Lando knew this. Lando near tears. Oh, I know that didn't land right. Yes, he did. Lando no risk. Oh, that's a good one as well. That's a good one. Charlie's best at racing, Max, but his errors. Yeah, agreed, Ray. Umanch put it best. That Charles did hold. Charles was the only one to hold off Max, wasn't he? Jomo, you're an absolute legend. Shout out to everyone here for 2025. Do us a favour and hit the like. I concur, sir. What's that from? Hamilton? My name is Alexander Hamilton. I concur, sir. I'm tired. You can see that I'm delusional. Lando can't dial in the optimum RPM. So go on then, Umarch. I think you've been a bit. I see where you're going with that. I think you did make mistakes like that, but the official party line from McLaren was that was a software glitch. Every single time that he struggled off the line, here's what it was. They did the analysis, didn't they? And they kept seeing that it wasn't the RPM, it was the shit. Like he'd dial in the appropriate RPM and he'd launch oftentimes better than Max, but then from shifting from 1 to 2 or 2 to 3, he'd get bogged down. It's like the car just. It's like he was on Mercedes DCT instead of Porsche PDK. It's like he was just kept on saying it's a software glitch. Although Umanch, you might be right, and they might have just been saying that to protect him. I don't know. It's techie, isn't it? 347 of you in the chat. Do me a favour and smahoosh that like button. Por favor. This is a game of millimeters, not inches. Do you know what I mean? Every little bit helps, counts. I can stop time once, said Hamilton. It's a good theatre. If you like theatre, Hamilton is not a bad thing. They started calling Hamilton the musical because on the social medias, Lewis Hamilton is all that people refer to. So they'd try and use hashtag Hamilton, but then that would then people up at Lewis Hamilton, so they had to change it, didn't they? Hamilton the musical. Jason just got home from work, maths teacher. What have I missed? Jason, you've missed some offs. Okay, so in summary, the synopsis is as follows. Red Bull, car looks the same, no secrets. The secrets to that car lies underneath it and underneath the front wing. But it looks ostensibly a lot like true. They crack a good joke about Antonelli. So yeah, RB looks similar. Lewis Hamilton a couple offs, but Lewis Hamilton looks like he's enjoying pushing that car. For a while there, Liam Lawson was quickest. For a while there, well now Fernando Alonso is quickest. Ramona, if you scroll up, Jason, Ramona's done a better synopsis of who's pushing and who's comfortable. Better, infinitely better than I ever could. I should have bloody took a screenshot of it because it was genius. Ramona, do you mind if you're still in the chat? Cam, it's always the software glitch. Wonder why that never happens to Oscar. Let's go. Occam's razor is why You watch. I think you're Lando nice guy. Lando no. It's too funny. Lando Norris it is for now. Lando after you, Sir Norris. I think we have a winner. Lando no risk is a winner. No risk. I mean, he does that. The problem for Lando is that he's so fast. Team on us 2 hours. This is a long session, isn't it? We'll stay though. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. Huh. My name is Alexander Hamilton. Where's your family from? There's a million things. Great voice, Cameron. Not. If it were X Factor, I would have 3 X's. Can't sing a lick. What was I going to say? There's something I was going to say. There's a million things I haven't done. Just you wait. Just you wait. So. Right, let's go. Crafty talking about Jason out here gifting 5 memberships. If you want to become an Elated Peddler, a member of the Cameron CC channel, again, you'll get cheeky emojis. You'll get priority in the chat each and every single time. We go live and long Tuesday and definitely Friday and sometimes Saturday. You'll get access to a cheeky newsletter. So too will you get access to a Discord in which we continue the conversation. Kimi Antonelli doing his best. Look, he's trying to go +2. Oof. He's going for it, isn't he, Kimi Antonelli? But he's 2 seconds adrift. Oh, the humanity. It's techie, that. 363, if you're watching concurrently, do me a favour and smash the like, please. Welcome for the newest members. Cam, who do you want to win the championship? Oh, goat, asking the proper questions, eh? Who do I want to win the championship? What I want to see, this doesn't answer your question, goat. What I want from this season more than anything is to see a fight between the best drivers. And in my humble opinion, the best drivers are as follows. Lewis, Max, and maybe at a push, modern day Jean Alesi. I mean, infighting at Ferrari would be fun. It would be fun. But I think you know what, to be more precise, Goat, I want to see a do-over of 2021. Hopefully Lewis has had his Weetabix and at the age of 40, he can be very good and capable of challenging and or keeping honest a fire-breathing dragon in Maximilian Verstappen. That would tick all of my boxes. That would be perfect. Genuinely. Well, let's go. Jolyon Palmer talking about why he failed his test first. I failed my test first time. I've got to be honest. I was a very dangerous driver. Just was dangerous. Couldn't drive. It did happen to Oscar, but then as soon as it did, it stopped happening to both of them. Oh wow, what are we implying there, visual? Although, did you hear Zach Brown the other day talking about the things that Oscar Piastri can do better? The things that Lando does, but what's going on here? Well, we're going to take a break in the middle of the thing. The things that Lando does better than Oscar. Sorry, the things that Oscar does better than Lando is that he's just braver through the high speed, low duration turns. I'm going to start using that terminology because I like it. It's the best way to categorize these turns. It's very precise. I think it was the Netherlands where it happened to both of them. That's a good memory visual. I can't remember. Lawson. top of the timing chart. So 322 if you're watching Kagoni. Do me a favour, smash a like, please. Now. It all helps. It matters. It really does. 231 likes only thus far. Take a second and smash a like for me if you're listening and watching along. It is free and it helps. I'm going to tell her. Have I ever told the Jensen Button story? Right, go on then. Here's the challenge. When we get to 300 likes, I'm going to tell a cheeky Jensen Button story. I've been waiting to tell this for the longest time, but I've been watching this dude and the way that he moves in the off season, and I don't like it, so I think it's about time. I'm going against the rules of Mama Cameron here because she said, of course, that if you've got nothing good to say, then don't say it at all. Once we get to 300 likes, let me add a goal here. Can I add a goal? Oh, look at this. You can add super chat goals. I don't want to pick a super chat goal. Or maybe do I pick a super chat goal? No, forget super chat goal for now. It's a yes from me. 500 likes. That's fine. Go on then. When we get to 300, I'll tell you this cheeky Jensen Button story since we're riffing and we've got time. I was never a believer in Jensen Button. I never rated him as a driver, and I always thought he was a bit of a douche. But again, I didn't know him until I got proof and evidence, and people told me that my principal point of contention was not unfounded. I will tell you the story once we get to 300 likes. And not one like before. Johnny, Nate would be great. Unfortunately, I doubt Alonso has the car. I know. I don't think it would be nice as well if Alonso's not bad, is he? Alonso's not a bad driver at all, not by any means. He's old. I don't think he's Fernando Alonso of 2005 per se, but I mean, okay, you guys. I know you guys can 250 likes instantly. you guys are too horrible. Oscar can talk to women better than London. No, we want people to hit like, absolutely. It's getting techie now. I will tell you guys the story. I feel like I've told you before, but when we get to 300 likes, I'll definitely tell you guys the story about Jensen Button. I'm about to cut a heel promo on Button. Ryan, I'll tell the truth as I know it. I've heard stories. I've got a couple of stories, one of which I shouldn't tell because I was told in confidence. No wins is kind of done with the wins. He'll win. Lando's quick. Look, go on then. Let's talk about Lando. Lando Norris. Oh dear. Let's talk about Lando Norris for a second. He's very quick. Sanvor, incredible. Singapore, incredible. Apart from the mistakes of the unforced variety. Notwithstanding the fact that he was 1,000 seconds down the road from anybody else. What's the track temperature? Oh, so they switch around. Alex Jakes, let's go, and Jolyon Palmer on deck. Some proper commentary. Not Crofty Doss anymore. Bless him. Crofty used to be good. Lando definitely not related to Chuck. No. Let's go. He's not, is he? 257 likes. I'm doing the Radio Raheem thing now. When we get to 300, I will tell you guys a cheeky story about one Jensen Button, one-time champion in 2009 by dint of Rossborn cheat codes. Benson Dutton, though. Will that? Yeah. We'll do that. I will talk about a driver. Jensen Button from 2004 onwards was brilliant. Visual, really? You might be right. Visual, maybe it's me disobeying the rules of the channel. Truth, value, objectivity, et al. I just don't think he was. Jensen Button's story now, says Darwin. When we get to 300 likes, Darwin, not a second before. You guys are on the Jensen T61 likes. I need a story because I'm about to get to work. Visual, you're going to have to watch it back later. A visual, I feel like we've done it before, you know. At some point, I would have told you this Benson Jutton story. The headlines will read Lawson was the top of the standings for the first half of the morning session. Yeah, true. But I mean, oh my gosh, let's have a look at the max odds now. Have I missed my opportunity? So did P for a bit. Is Lawson fast, or is there no way to say? Yeah, apples and oranges. Maybe Lawson is quick, but it's hard to say. So not definitively, at least we can speculate. But it's just it's hard to say. My video where I talked about the RB21 secret is looking like a genius thing at the moment. 266 likes. Oof. JP, Curve, absolute legend, sir. 321 likes. Do me a favour. Or 267, what am I about? Go on then. T minus 1 hour 52 minutes on the docket. 268 likes only. When we get to 300, a cheeky anecdote of the Jensen Button variety, informing why I've never been a big fan of the chat, but whatever. I digress. Do an art lap. It'll be nice. Oh yeah, look at that point too. Go on then. Let's go for your timing sheet. This is why you can't trust these timings, eh? How is Jack doing as slow as that chap was in the season finale last year? Only 0.2, 0.3 nearly away from Liam Lawson in an RB21. I don't think we should read too much into these timings. Testing is there to test, aka getting a bit of mechanical and aerodynamic due diligence now. How do you do that? By putting in lap after lap after lap. The winner of the day, as far as these teams are concerned, will be the ones who have the most frequency, the biggest number as far as an integer of laps completed. That's all that you're looking to do here. Liam Lawson currently, that being said, thought timing sheets. Liam Lawson currently purple on a 151.57.6 as near as makes no difference. Shortly thereafter, a 131.8 from Jack Doohan tells you all you need to know, eh? That's a glory run. Oh, purple sector. You can't help it, can you? You can't help yourself, Cameron. All about the timings. Lewis Hamilton on a cheeky glory run. Mediums. What? 29.2 sector 1. Twitter is about to erupt if Lewis can do another purple sector. Because this will, of course, mean that Lewis is a shoo-in for the World Championship, of course. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. That's a deduction that can be made, isn't it, Cameron? Go on. All eyes on this sector 2 of Lewis Hamilton. 39.3 is the benchmark of Liam Lawson. Oh, 39.5. No, Lewis Hamilton 2/10 adrift of the brand new, the youngest Bulls that are red driver. All eyes on the sector 3 of Lewis Hamilton to see how quick he can go. Again, you got to normalise for fuel, weight. Therefore, you got to normalise for the program, normalise for tyres too. That's why you should have been it. Lewis goes second. On a 131.83, still. Oh, Alex Albon on a 131.5. So you're going to tell me that Williams are the quickest? Yeah, doubt it. Don't buy into the hype. Don't glaze Lawson. It would be terrible for his career at Red Bull. Well, they've got Arvid Lindblad ready to go, right? They've got him ready to go. He's got his superlice points. He's got enough superlice points now to jump straight into that F1 car, and he will be doing lots of FP1 sessions this year. I think Helmut Marko fancies him as the next one. I wouldn't be surprised if some point, at the very latest, Arvid Lindblad is a Red Bull racing driver proper. At the very latest, 2026, depending on what happens with Max Verstappen in that car. I just want to see Max in there now, I'll be honest with you. Max is going in the afternoon. What's going on, Jake? I'd be good, mate. Fastest lap time ever in Bahrain is a 127.264. Fastest lap last year was a 132.6. He hasn't been on mediums yet, says Dizzy. I think they picked Lawson because he knows the script and he's... Johnny, I think... You're right. You are right, Johnny. Yuki was clear, wanted to challenge Max. I think Lawson masquerades as what you've characterised him as. But deep down, he'll want to win. He'll want to win. Breaking news, as they say. Let's go. You're right first time. It's all over for Liam. It's all over Liam, he's champ. Lawson hard tyres. Still he has not ran the mediums. Oh, the humanity. Oh no. Red Bull will have a quick car therefore. All the secrets are underneath. Pierre Vacher has the whip hand. Understudy for many years to Adrian Newey. They told us that they can operate in a way that is independent of Adrian Newey's stewardship. They warned us, did they not? Oof. Umant says, my dad always says, capitalism destroys everything it touches. After looking at Ferrari livery, I can go, no, Umant, I love what you've done there. And you are right. You just got to see that, oh gosh, this is innuendo. Close your ears. Under 18s. If you just look at the Ferrari from the front, it still looks incredible. It's the side profile that just screws everything up. Why? Because of that bloody HP logo. And why didn't they just have the HP logo over the red background? Okay, so I get it's more visible, but beauty in an F1 car still needs to mean something though. It needs to mean something. I don't know, that car would look incredible if it didn't have that bloody white, the white coloured portion with the blue HP logo atop. So what do we do? Like, T-minus 1 hour 46 minutes into the end of your first session of the 2025 season. Testing, Bahrain, techier than techie things. VCAR probably didn't want an Ulrich here. Starting some ish. Let's go with the thumbs up. VCAR probably didn't want an all-rookie roster. Tsunoda is too precious for them to let go. I think if you see Red Bull as what they are, a team that encourages processing junior drivers from their family up through the ranks, then that's all they are, right? Like I don't think they care about what happens to VCARB, Racing Bulls, whatever. Isaac won't do. Isaac Hadjar is a placeholder for Arvin Lindblad. That's what's going on there. Wow. No mediums just yet. Meantime, between time. This is why I should have bought my flipping tablet so I could see for next session. I'll have it ready to go. More plates, more dates. What are you talking about? Come on. Toto using $10 words on that. Undoubtedly, Lawson wants to win, as many F1 drivers do, but Red Bull are giving him the opportunity to get in with a team at the front. At some point, Max will leave, and then Lawson can step up if he wants. Good points, one and all, Johnny. I don't hate that at all. He'll be first in line, right? If Lawson challenges Max on the start before he's ready, Red Bull will dump him. You got to protect the golden goose, right? Unless Liam can come in and do one of these ones where he roundly outperforms Maximilian Verstappen, as near as makes no difference every single session, every single race, then you got to chill out, right? Alex Jakes makes the point that Lewis Hamilton, the yellow helmet, I mean, you don't hate it, right? Bravo. Do you see the level change, chat? If you're watching on Sky F1, yeah, do you see the level change that's just happened in the commentary? Alex Jakes comes in and he's got some plot lines to which he can speak. Like Crofty's just in there with Pinks talking about like Starbucks and what they were doing in the off season and let's hand to. But no, Alex Jakes comes in. He's got some things to say. Let's talk about the Lewis Hamilton helmet, yellow, original settings, Ayrton Senna reminiscent of. Let's talk about that. Do you know what I mean? Ferrari, plot lines, origin story, always wanted to drive. Let's talk about, I know it's testing, but let's riff properly. If you're spitballing, talk to some proper of it. You know what? Alex Jakes for president. That's it now. Put him on Sky F1. Sack off Crofty. He's a radio guy. It's not good enough now. I was left feeling aggrieved when we were listening. Like I watched Sky F1 broadcast, right? And I listened to the Charles Leclerc Monaco triumph accompanied by the Crofty soundtrack. It was trivialised. It was nothing. When you go back and watch Alex Jakes on F1 TV, that was the proper soundtrack. The commentary matters. Do you know what I mean? If you're just watching the video, you may as well just mute it and just watch the visuals with Crofty. I'd probably enjoy it more. Alex Jakes gave Charles Leclerc's first win at his home Grand Prix the proper audible accompaniment, and I didn't hate that. You know what? I think I've just taught myself into deleting my Sky Sports subscription, haven't I? That's what's happened there. I think I've just taught myself into it. I need to get onto F1 TV Pro me. That's what needs to happen here. I need to get onto F1 TV Pro. I need to get myself some Alex Jakes in my life, because what I don't want to happen, I don't want the SH1T soundtrack. I just can't have it. It's F1, people. I care too much. When something happens that's gargantuan, I need the proper commentary. Like I just need it. It's the truth. Anyway, I digress. Crofty talking all this nonsense, cracking jokes on the final lap. What are we doing? What's that all about? No, I'm not going to stand for it. Stop cracking jokes, Crofty. What, when Charles Leclerc's about to fulfil his prophecy to his dad who's passed? Take this seriously, mate. 277 lights. I'm going to have to tell you guys a cheeky Jensen Button story soon, aren't I? Oh no. I'm going to have to... why am I so far alongside? I don't like this. Let me... Let's go. Go on, let's check. Remember, Bahrain is a techie track. Why is it techie? Well, because Cross wins each and every single time. Currently, look at that. Wind coming in from the north, heading to the south, 11.5 kilometers per hour. Track temperature 25.8 degrees Celsius, by the way. Ambient temperatures 15.6 degrees Celsius. I am keen, chat, to see how the odds are moving in real time as far as Max Verstappen. It feels like, if you're going to read into that, if Lewis Hamilton, if Liam Lawson is so quick, only having raced on hards, we're in for a treat later on, right, when Maximilian Verstappen gets behind the wheel of that Red Bull car. F1 TV might be on the cards. Down under, we just get Sky Sports. It's not the best, is it, Jason? I just need the commentary. It's a shame that you can't pair Alex Jakes with Martin Brundle. Done. Full stop, new paragraph. Houston, we have no problems. Know what I mean? Jake, what you need to do, that's what you need to do. Do what you need to do, says Johnny. Look what happened when Mercedes put a guy in who wanted to challenge Lewis. George, disharmony in the team. Go on then, Johnny. You raise salient points there. So you don't want your drivers to be taking points off of each other, and that, some say, is one of the strengths of Ferrari. That Charles aren't. Is Yuki Tsunoda parked up on track? Potentially. That Charles and Lewis aren't going to be taking points off of each other, are they? That they're good mates. That they share mutual interests. They're both musicians and they're both fashionistas. That they should be good, right? Like that that there won't be any semblance of disharmony at Scuderia Ferrari this year, on track at least. But imagine if you've got, I don't know, say a George and a Lewis in Mercedes, two Alphas, neither one of whom will yield not even 1 millimetre. That has to count for something now. That will count for points on track. You make the point. You guys are making the salient points. You don't want disharmony. You want, and bloody McLaren last year, right? How many points did Lando Norris lose at the altar of equal rights and justice? At the altar of keeping Oscar Piastri and his manager Mark Webber happy? How many? Lots. That's how many. Lots of them. I'm hoping Kimi blows a wager. Or can you imagine? I doubt it though. People need to put some respect on George's name, you know, Jason. I don't know why. I will say leaving out commentary, video quality seems better and just about zero lag. Is this me, Jay? VPN, by the way, can cripple your experience. Thank goodness I'm not in the UK. Oh no, you're talking about the metrics. Yeah, I think for testing, I saw that normally it's delayed like 40 seconds. Today it was delayed only 15, so you're good. Images everything as it's truthfully said by Cameron sees it 100%. Brundle is good. I remember watching him. Me too, Jason. Me too. Helps as well when you see them. If you like Nico brings that gravitas, right? I think that's why they always employ F1 drivers, even if they're not brilliant broadcasters. Not always one for one. I think Damon was a half decent broadcaster, but he was just living off 1996, wasn't he? Jenny. Here comes Liam on mediums. Oh no. Oh no. Let's get some timings up then. I'm not seeing Liam on mediums. Oh, what I'm not seeing. Go on, let's have a look at the onboard of Lewis. Let's see some Flexi-wing action, because they'll all be doing it. The secret's out. T minus 1 hour and 37 seconds, 37 minutes on the docket, by the way. Are we at 300 likes yet? Nearly. Cam, there is going to be fireworks at Ferrari when Lewis gets going. I don't think. No, absolutely not. Lewis can't be anybody's backup. He doesn't have it in his DNA. I don't think he's there to be Charles' backup. But what I'm saying is, Johnny, I think they'll race fair and clean, like George and Lewis did for the most part over the past 3 years. There's not going to be any. There'll be fireworks, but they won't. I don't think they'll take. There shouldn't be any DNFs because they're quite clean, you know. I think there'll be less DNFs between Lewis and Charles than there was between Lewis and George. Qatar, there were a couple coming together, right? Qatar, Suzuka, I think. 324 if you're watching concurrently, do me a favour and smash that like. 18 T minus 18 likes, and then I've got to tell a couple of cheeky Jensen Button anecdotes, sadly. But we'll do it. We'll do it. I've promised it, so I will follow through. Are you talking about first races? I mean, why are they talking about first? Oh, careful, Lewis. Careful, chap. No more snap oversteer, please. He's taking a lot of... Oh, the wind's catching him out, eh? Alex Albon currently types your timing sheets. 1 minute 31.6 as near as makes no difference. Where's Lewis on these Lawson on these mediums? I need to get that fixed. I keep saying Lewis instead of Lawson. Right, let's have a go. Wind sensitive cars are not good. This is he's in the garage. Right, thanks, Ryan. I know it looks like he hasn't moved. Lawson pitted and they changed the mediums, but then he's still in the pit. So all eyes on him when he comes out, eh? Neither Crofty nor Alex addressed the gravitas of... I know they didn't do it, did they? Alex did though. No, I think Alex did a little bit. If I remember, I think Alex was better than Crofty. I think they were just knackered at that stage of the season, you know. I think they'd been like, do you know what I mean? They were knee deep into Q3, so it's just yeah. I you know what? I'd concur with you. So I think Alex's call wasn't the best either. Inevitable though. Sometimes when it gets he makes routine of excellence, right? He converts skeptics into believers. And I think just like Shumi back in the day, 291 likes. So no, gonna have to tell her. I hope that you wouldn't get there, chat. I hope that we wouldn't get there. When we get to 300, Jensen button settings. Lewis and Rosberg enters the chat. Let's go. I'm giggling like a schoolgirl about this season, and I'm 54. Jason, you never you honestly. But yeah, I'm not a million miles away from you, Jason. There, in man hours, mileage may vary. True, but Ferrari are going to have their work cut out keeping them in line. I think they'll be all right, Johnny. I think they'll be all right because I think they're two of the fairest is the wrong word. I think they're two of the. I think that both almost to a fault, they're both inherently nice people, and that kind of they say that your personality, as well as emanating out of your pores as a person, it drip feeds through the way that you drive and conduct yourself in the car, right? Max, super, like, matter of fact, very straightforward. Again, it translates, doesn't it? Lewis, very gentleman is probably the wrong word, but embodied by sports etiquette. Bloody Nora, remember that Antonelli's only 18 years old. What the fudge? 7 thumbs away from a story. Oh no, starting some. Oh no, I'll tell it though. I don't mind. We're talking. I don't mind wind sensitive. Yeah, so on the wind sensitivity cars. Oh yeah, look at the flag. Bloody Nora. Quick update. 14 kilometers per hour coming in from the northeast. Yeah, you're gonna see some. A cheeky graphic tells it right. Air temperature is 15.4 degrees Celsius. Track temperature 25.6 degrees Celsius. Humidity, for what it's worth, 49%. 14 kilometers per hour is what the wind is doing, coming in from the northeast. So I think turns 10 therefore will be a bit techie. There's some turns that are more open, right? Turn 10 is a bit techie around it. I think it's your medium speed, long duration turns where they'll struggle around because of the window. Everyone that hasn't, oh no, Max, oh no. Let's end the stream now. Can please commentate more on what you're viewing? Sorry, Vincent. Okay, cool. Currently, it's a good shout, Vincent. I apologise. I'm in here just riffing and talking back and forth. So to those that are using me as eyes and ears, currently we have. Oh no, 293. Right. 1 hour 30 minutes on the docket left. The track is clear. Currently atop your timing sheets you have Alex Albon on a 131.6. Lawson thereafter. Hamilton shortly thereafter on a 131.8. Doohan, Alonso, Tsunoda, Hülkenberg, Kimi Antonelli, Oscar Jack Piastri and Ollie Behrman rounds off your timing sheet. 135.6. Currently, for those of you without eyes, Ted Kravitz is talking right about Sauber kick. Everybody, it looks like most people are in. Tsunoda, Albon, Doohan and Antonelli, the only people on track. I know. Aston Martin sound like they're not very happy. Sauber. Okay. Inaki Radar. Wow. So Ted Kravitz is talking about Sauber and saying that as soon as Hülkenberg's jumped out the car, that it's evident that people aren't really happy. They're a million miles away from where they need to be, right? Audi have bought something that they thought was worth X. Really, however, though, it's worth Y. And Y, as far as an integer, is a lower number than X. Do you know what I mean? X minus Y is equal to or greater than 1. Imagine how hard Lando will be sulking if Oscar outpoints him into the latter half of the season and demands his support, he'll literally be in tears. Absolutely. We need to. Lando Norris needs to avoid that at all cost, right? Oh, no. Lando no wins. Oh, no. My Lando, I'll leave the door. Lando, leave the door open. Norris losing out on 27%. Right, end that poll instantly. 297 likes. Oh, the humanity. Alonso isn't looking too bad at all. 5th, yeah, take that. But again, what fuel was he on, Jay? What program was he doing? What tyres were he on? This is the context, right, that we need if we're going to start assessing the lap times properly like that. All eyes on track to see when Liam Lawson comes out. The salient plot, as you guys so eloquently point out, in this session is as follows. It looks like the RB21 is quick. If indeed Liam Lawson is as near as makes no difference. Oh no, he's gone out again, hasn't he? Have I missed the Liam Lawson? I know they're put on the mediums, but he hasn't gone out. I need my tablet here to understand what's going on proper. So Liam Lawson is as near as it makes no difference atop the timing sheets. 0.001 is the difference between he and Alex Albon. Has Liam Lawson gone out again and I've missed it? Oh. Damn it. I don't think Liam's gone out again, you know. All right, so that story time. Oh, no, Nelly. Oh, no. Oh, no, 300 likes. You guys are legends. Go on, then. We've got to talk about some an F1 driver, don't we? Go on, I'll mention his name, whatever. If you don't have something nice to say, then don't say it. But we'll breach that. We'll breach that for the next 3 minutes. Go on, there are a couple of stories about JB. So, way back in the day, I used to work for a professional services firm, one of the big four, and they take us out to lunch fairly frequently. One of those times when they took us out to lunch, a stream of F1 workers with jackets and like miles. That's the only way I knew them, right? Mild 7 and BAR, like they were like fully kitted out, right, with their trolleys. Ferrari engineers and whoever. They were stopping off in Birmingham for whatever reason. I can't remember why. So I said to my gaffer, listen, if those are F1 people, I need to go and talk to them. So I broke away from my group and just stood up and sat down, stood up, and was talking to, yeah, this sounds like a truthful story all of a sudden, doesn't it, Cameron? Stood up by the bar, talking to these F1 engineers, pit crew, team members. And I had a couple of questions. It was around the time when Lewis first got into F1. I want to say, yeah, it was 2007, maybe 2000. Let's say 2007. And my questions were as follows. Who's the best driver on the grid? Because one of them was a mild 7 Donny, right? I mean, it must have been before, maybe 2005, 2006. So one of them had the mild 7 on and was like, I said to the dude, I goes, who's the best? I just want to know who the best driver is on the grid. To a man, they all said one name, and that name was Fernando Alonso. I issue not. Like, bring me a Bible and I'll swear on it. They all said Fernando Alonso. I said, what's so special about Fernando? Why is he so good? And one dude started talking about his racing IQ and racing brain. He said that Fernando will know his splits behind and his split in front. He'll be aware of all of the different scenarios. He'll be aware of his pit stop window under safety. You don't need to tell Fernando anything in the car because he just figures it all out and he keeps a tally. Don't need to pit board him. He'll be aware. He'll be watching the bloody TV. Like, he just knows everything. I was like, okay, so that's prop. I like that. That's a good anecdote on Fernie. My next question was who's the nicest on the grid of the drivers? Got to be Jensen, surely. Jensen just looks like the guy that you want to go and have a pint with. I mean, it'd be good here, right, as we're having a cheeky drink together. Jensen Button would fit right in. The look that I was given was something like this. And it wasn't just one guy. All of them looked at me like, So the story from them, this is story 1 of 3, by the way. The gist on Jensen was that he was not a nice guy. That on TV he comes across as like the likely lad, Joe Blogs, want to go for a pint with him, Johnny come lately. But the gist, the knock on Jensen was that a ton of them, F1 is incestuous, this chap said. Yeah, there's no... you work with people and then they'll leave and go to a team and then you'll leave and work with them again. And then it's very circular, incestuous, he said. He said he worked with Jensen. And then when Jensen left the team and moved on to, I don't know, McLaren, you'd see him walking up and down the grid and Jensen would blank the dude as if they never worked together. He said when they were working together at BAR or whatever, they'd spend every day, they'd eat breakfast, eat lunch, eat dinner together. They were a team. And then when Jensen left, he would pass him in the pit lane and not talk to him. I was like, hang on, surely not. Nice guy Jensen wouldn't blank somebody that he worked with, that he spent years and years with, had breakfast, lunch and dinner with. That doesn't sound like Jensen. I looked at some of the other guys for validation and they agreed because they'd worked with him too and said he was a bit of a douchebag as well. I issue not. Give me the Bible and I will swear on it. That's what these guys were saying. That Jensen Button purports on TV to be a lovely guy, but thinks quite highly of himself. And that once you leave, I mean, if I know somebody, if I've worked with somebody and I see them outside of a work circumstance, I'm going to say hello to them, shake their hand. How you doing, Jensen? What's going on? Said that he would just blank them. And it was more than one person that had that story. That's your first Jensen story. Your second story is that I worked with... Oh my gosh, this is techie. Yeah, no, I don't know about Checo either. Go on then, your final Jensen story. There's another one that I'd love to tell you, but I can't tell you because I'm sworn to secrecy and confidence. I worked with... I used to work at a financial services organisation, and my boss there, they were closing down. They were like reducing their property footprint, and they had a branch in Brazil that they were closing. So my boss at the time went to Brazil with a view to close down this bank that we had out there, and it just so happened that the Brazilian Grand Prix was happening at the same time, and my boss was staying at the same hotel as guess who? Jensen Button. My boss said that he got in the lift to go to his hotel room and somebody jumped in the lift at the same time. So my boss, as you do sometimes, my boss held the door and in comes Jensen Button. So my boss looked at the fella in the lift. They're in the lift, where are you going? Looked at the fella in the lift. Oh, Jensen, I'm a big fan. How are you, mate? Nothing. 0 back from Jensen Button. My boss was like, okay, no, fine. Maybe you don't want to talk to. Good luck, Jensen. Like, I hope you go well this weekend. 0 from Jensen. He was not on his phone. He just blanked my boss, who, by the way, was a really, really good guy. I would say, therefore, on the back of these first-hand anecdotes, that Jensen Button might not be the nice guy that he purports to be on your F1 media, on Sky F1 as an example. Not if the people that I know and have as close counsels are anything to be believed. There's your Jensen Button story. Breaking news. JB seems like do you think so? Bro, I thought that he seemed like a good guy on TV. That's why I asked the question. I was like, who's the nicest guy? And they said, I was like, Jensen's got to be the nicest guy. Go for a pint with him. They were like, we've worked with him for years and years. And when he's left the team and you see him in the paddock, he'll ghost you as if you never knew him ever. True story. Mate. I've got one. When I was a young man and I was desperate for work, I was offered a job, oh my gosh, in central London. Of course, I took it. One day an ex-F1 driver walked it. Oh my gosh, Neil, do share. Do share, Neil. Just give us a name, mate. The real ski. Oh. Yeah, no, it's tech. It's The real scoop here is our Cameron boys from Big Four. No, not anymore. I mean, I worked at Big Four like when I was a bit younger, but that's not my environment, sadly. But that could just be him being fed up with people. True, Neil. That could be just him being. But I mean, if you're a good guy, like I just think if you see somebody's true character when there are no cameras, right? That's what I would say to that. You might be right, Neil. Maybe he was just sick and tired, right, and didn't want to talk at that point. Maybe he'd had a bad day. But it's the two, like, you need two sources to confirm, right? My boss said that, and I trust my boss. Maybe Jensen had a bad day, but then the people that he's worked with all those years say that when he left the team, he would pass them when he walked up and down. Because you're gonna rub shoulders with people up and down the paddock. It's the paddock. He said that he would ghost them. It was as if he never knew them ever, and he used to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner with them. And I think that one's probably more damning. Gerhard, oh, let's go, Neil. I love that. Yeah, proper Gerhard, as you do. Jensen is a rich boy, just like Checo. Probably why there's a couple negative stories. They don't like to mix with regular folk out and about. I know, and I don't. It's not me that. I don't like that. I thought Jensen was the truth. The image and the reality of the person are very different things. Those that go out of their way to portray an image of accessible, holier than thou is probably better tend to be backstabbers for it. Yeah, I think you're right, Jay. I don't like that. All right then, Liam Lawson, is he going to come out? They're taking wheels off the car. I want to see Liam come out again. Get a proper read of that RB21 and its true pace. Jason says, remember 2009, Jensen's dad was on all the time and he seemed to always be wearing the same pink shirt. Yeah, I like Jensen's dad though. I thought Jensen's dad was all right. But again, it's hard to gauge, isn't it? Really hard to read. These people seem like really, really good people. And then you hear from the people with whom they've worked all their life and they say that they're douchebags. Which did you have the conversation with the engineers? Neil says, so I want to say it's 2006, 2007, I think. One of those. So it was like prime Alonso territory. And they were like, nah, mate. Don't like him. Not a good guy. See him up and down the paddock. Worked with him for years. And he walks past me like I'm a ghost. Similar stories with Paddy Vieira when I was young, working in hotels. Not the nicest dude. I hate to hear it, Lazar. That's why you should never meet your heroes. It costs nothing, says Ray, to say hi or nod. Ghosted my boss, who was the loveliest guy that you would ever meet. Such a real good dude. Didn't want an autograph. They were in the lift together and he just said, hey, mate, like, Jensen, I'm a big fan. Go well this weekend. Nothing but good wishes. Ghosted. Came out the lift without so much as a word. Cheers, Jensen. You know what I mean? Not good. What's going on, Twan? I hope you're good. Must have been 07. Potentially, Neil. So I was at the bank. 06. It might have been 07. I can't remember now. It could have been 07. 06 or 07, because I was at this company both of those years. Paddy's a gooner, so that's what it is. Go on then. We are T minus. Let's have a look at these timing sheets. Back to Alex Jakes. Go on then. Let's get some Alex Jakes on the go. 131.5 from Williams. Still tops your timing sheet. 1,000ths adrift of that time is one Liam Lawson. RB21, Watch Max Verstappen this afternoon, I'm telling you. T minus 1 minute, 1 hour 13 on the docket. Lewis Hamilton currently third fastest time on the timing sheet. Jack Doohan fourth. Thereafter you have Alonso, Oscar Jack, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, Kimi Antonelli and Behrman. Do you see the rookies bringing up the rear? 132.198. Ollie Behrman in the Haas on a 135.6. Bloody Nora. Mate. That's not good. I know I say that there's not much to be read into these times, but bloody Nora, re-meeting your heroes I met Motorhead and they were absolutely lovely. Sometimes it works out, Stephen. Sometimes it works out, but I don't know, just in case, you know what I mean? I met Rio once and he was an absolute Rio Ferdinand. Jensen drove the McLaren through city centre Manchester on a wet, manny day and proceeded to stall the car during a donut. I laughed so hard at the time. He ran, leaving everyone gutted. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say Hajar is going nowhere. Crybaby. I heard the people who should know don't rate. Jason, I've heard this. I've heard the same thing. It's when the second hand accounts just line up, when there's a consensus. Everybody that's been close to Isaac Hajar in FP1 in Formula 1 says that they don't rate him. So why did they promote him? I think this is the legacy of poor decision making, right? They had no options. Arvid Lindblad will be in that car soon, I promise you. 459 of you watching concurrently, do me a favour and smahoosh that like. Confirms my thoughts on it. As rockers, they can be difficult in front of the camera, but offline very different. Yeah. No, that's all that matters. Are they good people? That's all I care about. T-minus 12 minutes on the docket. T-minus 12 minutes. 1 hour, 12 minutes on the docket of this first session of testing. 2025. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. An important point to note. A footnote, mind, but important nevertheless to consider, that going into race one, normally it's Bahrain testing, Bahrain first race, so there are upshots and carryovers as far as their lessons, right? This time, however, owing to the timing of Ramadan, it will be Bahrain and then your first race will be in Australia. That means therefore logistical considerations, right? So too it means that there are assumptions that need to be made as far as this set of these cars and how they're going to interact around Australia. Can't just come with testing and then roll forward all your setup woes and travails, your learnings into the first race, because it's not the first race. Lindblad didn't have enough. Yeah, he didn't. He does now though, because he's won that Oceania, that Freca Oceania, whatever they call it. Was it? Looking at the Flovis. Oh, go away, Mr. Boring. What are you talking about, Flovis? What is it? 409, if you're watching Kakoni, do me a favour, smash a like. The tracking device. I can't get to work. Having a mate do the payment from home. I don't know what we're talking about. What's Max saying? If Hajar has earned the opportunity, which he seems to have, says Johnny, then he deserves it. It might not work out, as obviously F1 isn't for everyone, but he does deserve it. I don't hate it, Johnny. You know what? I concur, sir. Give Isaac a chance. I mean, he deserves his chance, and if it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out, right? I mean, not everybody's ready. Not everybody's F1 ready. I mean, it has to be that. It's the upper echelon formula now. Oh, these are an absolute douchebag. Go on then. Oh my God. Absolutely worthless. So I was just checking a rival channel in their stream, and it's Very, very bad. Right, come on then, let's get to it. 319 of you watching currently. Do me a favour and smash a like. Razza says, Cameron, watching you from Adelaide, Australia. Let's go. Love listening to your podcast. Keep it the good work. Thank you so much, Razza. That means a lot. Razza, look at me, my eyes. I need to get my glasses on. Sorry, Razza, you're a legend. I apologise for the misenunciation of your name. Right, let's go. Let's talk. I can see that other podcasters are floundering, and we don't want that. T-minus 1 hour and 8 minutes left on the docket. Currently atop your timing sheets. One Alex Albon having set that time on mediums. That time is 1:31.573. Liam Lawson, 1,000th adrift. Hamilton, Doohan, Alonso. That sees out your top 5. Piastri in 6th. Tsunoda on a 132.1 in 7th. Hulkenberg, Antonelli and Behrman shortly thereafter. Let's go. This is testing proper. We get to see some cars and I'm here for it. Drugovich not in an F1 kind 2025 insane. You know, I heard something about Drugovich. They were talking about F2. Didn't he win? So this is Victor Martin's 3rd season in F2. It was Teo Porcher they were talking about. So I was always wondering why Teo hasn't gotten an opportunity yet. Apparently Teo won F2 in a lackluster season and it was his 3rd season. That's why the likes of Ollie Behrman and Antonelli, Arvid Lindblad soon kind of get the jump on him because they're doing bigger things quicker, earlier. It's all about being able to expedite for your learning curve, right? Do you know what I mean? Payback period, minimising for that. Neil, you're a legend. I know it can be a bit of a KNOB, but your banter and podcasts keep me going when I need a shot of F1. You're a legend, Neil. Behave yourself. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, mate. That means a lot and you're far too kind. I tell you what it is, Neil. You've got to keep it interesting. I mean, banter. It's got to be. There are too many straight-laced F1 publications. I mean, the race are brilliant, man, and I use them a lot for information. When you get Gary A on there and you get Hughes, you can't. But when I hear Scott What's-His-Face talk about bottom feeder websites, don't punch down, chap. Don't punch down. You got $1,000 trillion gazillion dollars behind you as far as you're funded. You can put out 20 videos a day. There are independents competing with you on your numbers. Chap, old media are in trouble. They will have their lunch money stolen by young, hungry lions, independent YouTube content creators who have zero cost. It's coming. It's not there yet, but F1 is behind the curve as far as the trend. It's happening in America in real time. That's why HBO don't do boxing anymore. Nor do bloody CBS. Showtime come out the game as well because they can't afford it. Their operating costs are far too high. There are young, hungry lions doing it bigger and better, more frequently, creating communities. Do you know what I mean? That give more back to the people. And Scott Mitchell, What's-His-Face, wants to talk about bottom feeder websites. Behave yourself. How very dare you? As if there were... Nah, not having that. You can earn promotion on some aspects, but he will never show... He will never show off his collections of Crocs, which makes Liam just very cool. Cringe, though. Yeah, you want to watch Liam in that. Have you guys seen that... Is it Autosport or Motorsport.com where he's in the car with his missus and there's another interviewer in the butter site? He's young though, isn't he? He's young. I think any problems that Liam Lawson might have this year might be... Oh, here we go. Liam Lawson's out. Go on, Cameron. Hey up, Liam Lawson. Oh, wow, Liam Lawson. Big sideways moment from Liam there. That is probably as big a moment. Go on, let's have a cheeky look at this. The undercut on that Red Bull. I know it's always been chaos, but that diamond thing on the side pod's gone, isn't it? My problem is I keep using as my benchmark the first iteration of the RB20 that we saw at race 1. What I need to be using is the Red Bull that we saw as at race 24 to see how much they've iterated for it. I tell you what, though, the side pod is aggressive. The undercut is very, very bloody aggressive. 377, if you're watching Gakoni, do me a favour and smash the like. SH1T and KN, I cannot. I think there will come a day when I'll be more, when my language will get more colourful. I think it. Am I a tad close to the mic? Apologies, T1. I'll keep it here. Oh yeah, I'm a doing one of it. Sorry, T1. I'm a noob. Yeah, no, I concur, Jason. Yeah, the rest of the race are legends. Why is he such a dick? They'll get rid of him soon. They have to. They'll have to. Still surprised about Porsche. I would have loved to. Me too. Me too. My little man of the same name, by the way, eponymous settings. Remember cheering him over the line when the year that he won. Also looking to make an impact, drifting across the track. Yeah, go on and let's see if you can get a lap together though, Liam. Imagine if you go. He should be top. Yeah. Liam won't be too pleased if Alex Albon ends this session atop of the timesheets. I don't think. Russian, what's wrong with you? Scroopy. What? Djokovic? No, Djokovic is Brazilian. Scroopy. You know better than that. Scroopy. Umanch says most significant similarity between Max and Fernando is that even while racing and dealing with technicalities, they still have enough headspace left to read the race while in the car. Well, Umanch, you make the point right. I had Blake Hinsey, formerly Max Verstappen's performance engineer, not race. That was always GP. But Brake worked directly with them, I want to say, since 2016 through to 2020 when he became a YouTuber. I had him on the video's still up there. And I asked him very specifically, what makes Max Verstappen different? And Umanch, you make the right point. That's the salient one. That he has, as far as his CPU is bandwidth, is currency in Formula 1, right? If you can drive the car at 10/10th, but still be watching the screen to see what's going on, or say, did Lando ease off for the yellow flag? If that's where you're operating, then already that's doable competitive advantage, and so lap time. And Brake was quite explicit in saying that, yeah, like they're all quick because he's worked with Checo and he's worked with Paul di Resta before. He said that they're all very, very quick. But what differentiates Max on the rest is that he can drive the car. Two things, actually. He gets in the car straight away and he drives it on the limit. There's no like bedding in process. 99% of the other drivers, they get in the car in practice and takes a couple laps, play their way into the crease. Max gets in, bang, he's on the money. That's the first thing. Second thing, it is about bandwidth, right? That he has this extra portion of CPU that he has access to, even when he's driving the car at 10/10ths, and that's uncommon. Only the great ones have that. Lewis, Senna, Schumacher, those types, Alonso too. They're driving the car at 10/10ths, no mistakes, and they've still got this CPU access that, do you know what I mean, enables them to do other things. Was getting 10/10ths is another good anecdote, right? Blake, performance engineer. Oh, how I missed that dude from the YouTubes. Not a bad guy at all. A really, really good guy, actually. Really, really good guy. Still in touch with him. Benz, are you a legend? Get in there, Lewis. Pushing a bit at the moment. Good to see cars in it. I know. Proper cars. Proper cars. Go on then, Liam. Is Liam onto one? Oh, hang on. Outlap from Liam. Let's have a go. Oof. Go on then, Liam. Just coming across the line. Let's have a look. Let's have a go at Liam Lawson now. Can't see the tyres. What's he on? Mediums. Yellow compounds. Medium tyres. Let's go. All eyes on Liam Lawson. Sector 1. 4-4. One of you watching. Oh no, he's eating it. Oh no, Liam. Fudge. Liam, mate, get the car turned. What we can't do is do a Checo Perez. Checo Perez has been saying that car is difficult to drive. Liam Lawson currently has a moment. Oh no. Kicks it out the barriers. No pressure, Liam. Arvid Lindblad waiting in the wings, ready to come off the sub bench. Look at straight to Helmut Marko. Straight to Helmut Marko. Look at his face. Look at his posture. Slumped. Nobody will be pleased at that. That's time wasted now. Oh, it's a preparation race, Liam. Can't afford those mistakes, chap. Fair play for keeping it out the barrier. But now there's pressure, mate. Pressure is it's a down. You go up via the escalator, right? as far as your ascension to foot. Let's have a look at the onboard. It's twitchy. Let's have a look. Missed the apex. Tries to dial in the accelerator. Just looking at the... Oh, it's twitchy. He's gotten on the accelerator a bit too hard too soon, hasn't he, Liam? He's been a bit too greedy there. Crash is better than most. No, he's handled it nicely. He's just been a bit greedy with the accelerator. Look. Yeah. If you guys ever drive a rear-wheel drive car, you'll see that you can't... Oh, yeah, he's taken a bit of curb. The curb hasn't helped him either. So the curb's unsettled the car, and then he's been too greedy with the throttle. If you guys... The difference between a front-wheel drive car and a rear-wheel drive car is in essence... It is summarised very nicely by this Liam Lawson crash. Look, so he's got to settle the car. He's taken too much curb. Yeah, he's lifted. And then, look, so unsettle the car and you've got problems. Front wheel drive car, I don't think he has that incident. Because it's rear wheel drive, if you're on the throttle too much, if you're greedy with that loud pedal and your wheels aren't straight, then you're always going to be in especially when you've got 1,000 brake horsepower behind you. Look, yeah, let's get the rear. Yeah, they're looking to go quick. Oh no, just a cheeky practice pit stop. I thought they were going to go again. Then I was dialed in as if it's a race. Oh, the humanity! Can't wait till race day. Cannot come soon enough. Huh. Difficult to drive. Thank you to all that smashed the like button. You're a legend, Jomo. Moderator extraordinaire. Let Cameron CC know, as far as the YouTube algorithm, that it's worth recommending to newbies. 100%. Jomo said it better than I ever could. Smash the like. 321 411 watching concurrently. Do me a favour. Smash the like, please. Let's go, Kayla. Benzie. Shows how it was unsettled, wasn't it? I don't know whether it was more... He unsettled it. But I feel like he was greedy with the throttle after. But they're saying that he let up. But I think he jumped back up. I think he was looking to do something there, Liam. I think that was the lap that he was trying to get that was the Kimi Räikkönen and Kimi Antonelli lap from FP1, the Italian Grand Prix last year. He was looking to get something. But the car is twitchy. The car is twitchy. 355. Right, let's go. Let's go. 381 watching concurrently. You guys are legends. Benzie. Liked. Oh. Kayla in there. OGs. Go on then. T-minus 55 minutes. Upshots on the session. Red Bull looked to have built the car. They brought the car to the dance that they showed us yesterday, albeit in dark lighting. But again, remember, Pierre Vacher has told us, so too Racing News 365, that the beauty, that the prime point of evolution in this RB20 is underneath the car. It's the Venturi tunnels. So too the under portion of the front wing, which will be flexi this time round. So too, upshots. Got to see a yellow helmeted Lewis Hamilton in the Ferrari, also struggling though. Turn 10, wind induced settings. It's techie around here. Let's have a look at the wind conditions as I speak to you. 10.4 kilometers coming in from the northeast. Track temperature 24.0 degrees Celsius. Ambient temperature 15 degrees. Humidity 49% for whatever that's worth. Let's go. Get those alerts switched on, says Benzie. So you get the notifications. We're going to go live today. We'll do a news video at 8 p.m, but I'm going to try and go all the way through this. In fact, I might take a cheek. Do I take a cheeky break or do I go flat? Do we go full send? Oh, I don't know. Another 4 hours worth. Jeez, what time is it now? 10. So go for an hour break and then come back. Maybe I'll set up another stream and then come back. Perhaps. Perhaps. T-minus 53 minutes. Hey up. 131.4. The man they call Kimmy. See, that already gives me pause for thought. Do I think the Mercedes have got the quickest car this year? Probably not. Probably not. Mamba reaching. Hell, don't get me wrong. I love that rookies are entering the sport. New faces are great and all, but I can't stand that Gen Z haircut on Antonelli. I mean, Ayrton Senna settings, isn't it? The man who looks like him. In fairness, Max, you hit the curb. Lawson, did you potentially in trouble? No matter who it is, true. Came down, no inexperience. I think in not being able to adapt. Johnny, it's going to get techie for all of these rookies. Lots of time spent in the barriers. Neil, you're a legend. I'm staking my claim here. This is the end of Max Verstappen's run of titles. Oof. Lando will nick it from Charles, Max and Lewis. Ferrari Constructors Championship. Let's go, Neil. I don't hate it. It's not the least likely of outcomes. Sorry, it's not the least likeliest of outcomes. Lando will do nothing, says Hans. He's currently the favourite, Hans. I've got to give him a bit of credit. He's not a bad peddler, is Lando. I mean, he can't get it across the line the first lap whenever he starts on pole and he has Max behind him. Imagine he fixes for that, though. He can challenge Max and has a quick car. Remember, McLaren in this MCL 39 iteration are saying that it's all about aerodynamic landscape, broadening it. It's all about anti-dive, anti-squat. Already got the Flexi-wing on the go. I mean, if McLaren have the quickest car from the get-go, it could be great. I'll never get against Max, though. I don't believe in it. It's sacrilege. And I don't like losing money. Jack had some good apps. Jack doing? Give me something, Calix Jakes. Talk about something. Talking about a couple of years ago when nobody did any laps. Not a bad peddler, but not the best either, says Hans. If the MCL 39 is massively superior, I can see, but otherwise, yeah, he'll need stuff. I've always said it, Hans, to be fair. If you're going to beat Max, you'll need stuff. A car, a good one, better than the rest. Operational infrastructure, best in class. Make no mistakes. Put it on pole. Run away. Lights the flag victories. Take from the playbook of one Sebastian Vettel. Do you know what I mean? That's what you'll need. And if you don't have that, then you'll be in problems. Caleb, we shall see. Oof. Go on then. Let's get... NHR, a dog. I'm struggling. Where's my Red Bull? Bloody Nora. It's a question. Question for the congregation. Do we go live at 12 again? Right, I've got to, haven't I? I've got to. We're in for a penny for. Oh my gosh, I can't miss Max in the car. For crying out loud. Oh no. We've got to watch Max. Flipping Nora. Had Max gone in the morning, I might consider calling in sick in the afternoon, but I just can't, can I? We've got to go. We've got to get it done. There's no other options. I need to get this going on TikTok as well. Is what needs to happen. I'm slacking. Go on then, chat. RLJ says fire. Oscar won't be slapping Lando, trying to copy Lando's style. Don't know what you mean, Scoopy. What about Oscar today's MCL sandbagging? 100%, 1,000%. Where are they? Just getting in. I think he's just getting in race simulations. Unless, to be fair, Gary Anderson did say they're barking up a very dangerous tree on McLaren, just for balance and to get the comprehensive picture. Gary Anderson did say if they've got that McLaren wrong, they're in problems because they've gone so aggressive on the suspension at the altar of anti-dive and anti-squat. If they've got it wrong, then chaos. I'm not sure they will have that. I don't know. The trend is is your friend until there's a bend, right? And how can we know? Like you're not going to know definitively until we get to Australia, basically. Noon GMT. Yeah. So team on us 47 minutes. I'll get a cheeky. We'll go again. We'll go again. I mean, what else are we going to do, right? MCL isn't sandbagging, they're just slow, Scroopy says. How do you know, Scroopy? Oscar is still too much of a rough diamond. Let's be honest, Lando made like true. Neil, I agree with you, but Oscar will be getting better, right? In real time, as we speak. Imagine McLaren dropped the ball and 2024 was Lando. Mate, at Hans, that's happened before, right? Who knew? I always say about it, like 2021, I had a feeling that was, at the time, I had a feeling that was Lewis's last proper chance at a championship. Circumstances, Michael Massey, etc. Both Max and Lewis, if there is a salient point from that season, both Max and Lewis were incredible. Two-tier championship. None of the others could get close. But I had a feeling that the doors, that the windows of Sir Lewis Hamilton opportunity had closed. Just a feeling. Because F1 and sports more generally, more broadly, can be like that sometimes. That was just the sentiment that I had in my heart. Just a hunch, spidey senses. Same thing 2005, 2006. Fernando Alonso, for how brilliant he was then, a young, fire-breathing, hungry dragon of an F1 peddler that banished Michael Schumacher, for want of a better word, into obscurity. Who knew in 2005, 2006 that those would be Fernando Alonso's last titles? What? You'd have been a fool to say that. But look, here we are 20 years later as news makes no difference. And Alonso's yet to win yet to even come close. Well, 2012 he came very close. But do you know what I mean? %, Hans. 100%. It was incredible, 21. Genie in the house. Don't be daft. Better late than never, Genie. It's been a long session, this. Team on us 45 minutes. Just thankful I got to watch all the hype about Antonelli going on. I wonder what will happen if he's challenging, beating George. What will Mercedes do? I think they'll just have it. I think Antonelli's expected at some point. Maybe not this year. But I think they expect him at some point to be challenging. That's the Kimi Antonelli ultimatum, even. %. Barack, that Fernando Plan Alonso was, over the course of his career, only 8 points away from winning 5 and not 2. Can you imagine? Windows of opportunity in high-level sports are nothing to be played with, I promise you. It is chaos. T-minus 44 minutes on the docket. Pathetic fallacy. 7 doors, 7 windows open, 1 door closed. Oof. Oof. I'm just checking. I just want to see if there's anything on Twitter about which we need to talk. 444. 444 in the chat. Do me a favour, smash a like. T-minus 43 minutes away from the end of testing. Not the end of testing, the end of the morning session. First day of testing at Bahrain. Well done for the early start. I'm trying. Well done, chat, for being there. Genie, I mean, do you know what I mean? How could we not? F1, proper cars on track. It's going to be chaos. There's a car on track. Listen, we'll be talking about it. That is my promise to you, and I aim to stick with it. 395 of you in the chat can currently do me a favour and smash the like, please. Take a second. Do you know what I mean? They're just if you would, please. May you? A couple of those Alonso lost by one, but I know 2012 was close, though. 2010 was close as well, if I remember right. Umant says BWT Britain in Looney Tunes fonts. I know you've nailed it. It's not good, is it? It doesn't look fantastic. Almost as bad as the HB. The HB font isn't bad, but the placing and the colour of it. Oh, not even the colour of the HB font, it's the background. I wonder how many millions HP gave to Scuderia Ferrari to place a white background underneath their logo. I mean, money well spent from a HP perspective, but bloody no. Cameron, the Bahrain circuit benchmark is maxing 2024. Good shout, Alev, if I recall correctly. Cameron, above and beyond levels of podcastery. Let's go. Great start to my birthday. Happy birthday again, Stephen. Get yourself a shandy and a sandwich, and I'll see you for round 2 at 12. Let's go, Stephen. Let us go. I'm here at 5:15. Ryan, levels. You can be here at Nick. No, you're right, Ryan. You're right. You are right. I need to get some more beverages and get my water, so we'll top up and come back. We'll go again, I promise. I did watch a bit on iPhone, but no chat. You're a legend. A proper legend, Genie. Happy birthday, says Jason. Yeah, anybody that's having a birthday, make sure you enjoy it. Do you know what I mean? Here we go. Bernie Collins makes the point. Happy birthday, champ. You guys with birthdays. If you celebrate, make sure you celebrate, man. Every year is a gift. Time, not to get too preachy and proselytizing, but time is a finite resource. As you get into like the upper echelons of age, you come to realise that more than most, right? And that's why we're here watching F1, doing the thing that we know and love, and enjoying it, talking, dissecting for it. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? These, oh my God, these men are absolute numpties. Absolute numpties. Right, let's go. Right, Bernie makes the point. Here's what's important here. With T minus 40 minutes on the docket, these lot are going to, remember we talked about it earlier, these lot are going to start to do glory runs. It makes sense. You remember Haas did it Friday afternoon. They went and smashed out some really, really quick laps in the PMs. Why? Because it gets people talking. Oh, Haas. Oh, look at that MoneyGram logo. Sponsors will like the fact that they have their logo atop the car that was fastest in qualifying. It makes headlines, and so it writes checks. That's why in the next 39 minutes with T minus 39 on the docket, I think we might get some quick laps here. Happy birthday, Stephen. You guys are legends. A proper legend. Community settings 600 mil and we'll wreck your automobile. Chaos. Thank you for sponsoring the show. 100%. Stephen, you're a legend, mate. Honestly. And happy birthday, sir. Do you know what I mean? Make sure you have yourself a cheeky beverage and enjoy yourself some F1. Right. T minus 39. Where's this Liam Lawson lap? For those of you who are just joining, you missed yourself a cheeky Liam Lawson. I mean, it's snap over steer. I think he got a bit greedy with the throttle. So too before all of the aforementioned, and settled the car into that divot. Allowed the bloody, it's not the Armco, is it? The rubble strip. and set an already temperamental RB21, particularly in the hands of anyone not named Maximilian Verstappen. Lewis Hamilton coming out. What's he going on for? Alex Brunder looking... Lewis, yellows, mediums. Let's have a look at the times for Lewis. Told you, everyone's going for it, eh? I reckon we might see some quick lap times, being honest. Cam, did I spot Aaron in the back there? Aaron. Oh, and Aaron Miller. Yeah, hands had to be. My back's far too temperamental. I'm far too old and fragile these days for me to sit in anything else, quite frankly. It's the only chair that I can like properly get relaxed in and not have backache. I've got to go and bake the Swiss roll after this. Hope I can do it in and out. Let's go, Stephen. Go and get yourself some birthday fare. Do you know what I mean? Let's go, analog malls. Analog malls. Annunciation camera. T-minus 37 minutes on the docket. We have our wind going chaotic. Northeast now is where it's coming from. 16.6 kilometers per hour. Track temperature 23.7 degrees Celsius. Air temperature, ambiance as they call it, 14.9 degrees Celsius. Humidity 49. Those have been fairly stable, right? All apart from wind, which has been all over the place. Happy birthday, Stephen. You guys are understandable. Big boy chair for a big boy peddler. I mean, I used to be a bit handy back in the day, Hans. Do you know what I mean? We're trying, though. Back out of the garage. Let's go. Right. All right. Let's go. You guys are telling me to talk about some things. Should we talk about some F1? As we are T-minus 36 minutes on the docket. Currently, top of your timing sheets is one Kimi Antonelli. Everyone's out on track. Look at this. Currently, Lawson in his RB21, Albon, Alonso, Antonelli, Lewis Hamilton and Ollie Behrman all out on track. All eyes, I think, should be on the medium compounded, I was going to say Mercedes then, the medium compounded Scuderia Ferrari car, SF25 of one. Lewis Hamilton, who I think will wish to be close to the top. Imagine if Kimi Antonelli outpoints Lewis Hamilton in the championship this year. Oh, the humanity. I cannot cope. It's too much. It would be too much. I would not be able to cope with it. Can you imagine the glib smirk on Toto, the boy who cries wolf's face? Can you imagine it? Can you imagine? No, thanks. I don't want to. Erase it from my memory. All eyes on Lewis Hamilton as he's about to embark upon what should be a cheeky hot lap. It's quick lap it's hot lap territory now. It is. Let's go for it. Let us go. Wow, Ollie's just done his race distance. What the fudge? How has Ollie Behrman just done his race distance? So that I think bodes well for Haas, I would be honest with you. That does bode well for Haas. It's all about laps, this. It's all about the extent to which you can complete your due diligence. And to do that, you need to get laps in, right? That the team that does the most laps has won testing. F1 part-time casuals and purists like myself will always look at the times because that's what we do, right? Can't help ourselves like a moth to a flame. I want to know who the quickest one is, but ultimately there's no telling because it's techie and variables for which ultimately, if you're going to do a proper comparison, you will need to normalise. It's too techie. It's too techie. I never forget talking to Brake, and when he did his analysis way back in the day, he would always normalise for weight and fuel, just so that he could get an accurate representative when he was doing his analysis and comparisons. Mate, can you imagine? Team that gets the best data wins. 100%, Twan. 100%. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Let me know if it's T1 or Twan.
because I OCD with the old enunciation of people's names in particular. If I were team principal, says Rafa, and had a good car, I would always sandbag in testing by running heavy. But that's probably why I'm not at it. No, Rafa, I think that's smart. That's what you're supposed to do. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. Kayla in the house. The Aston Martin wheel caps are so satisfying to look at. I've not noticed. Oh, for you guys are noticing, I need to have a look at them then. 433 if you're watching Kokoni, do me a favour and smash the like. We are T minus 33 minutes on the docket, and I think we're going to get some hot laps imminently if past this prologue. But we're not, are they? They're all fueled. Come on, Lewis, give us something, mate. Lewis does a 31.4. Yeah, they're all just race simulations still. I want somebody to pit and go fast, but that normally happens in the PMs, right? Bit late on the phone. No, Genie. It is what it is. There's stuff doing. When is Haas becoming Toyota works? It's a technical partnership, Scroopy. I'm not sure Toyota, on the back of the nightmare that they had previously, harbour ambitions to get back into Formula One. Not anytime soon, at least. Have a break, Toyota. 32 minutes on the docket. No French spelling, please. Twan, then. Too many old folks still write my name. Twan. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, Twan. Did any of the team principals had some kind of interview so far today? Not that I realise. We've been here streaming since the ungodly hour of 6:30. Chaos. T-minus 30 minutes. So, mate, 4.5 hours. Holy smoke. Cheeky flats, but forgive me. I know. He won't be mad at this though. With 30 minutes left on the docket. Atop of the timing sheets, faster than Liam Lawson. Oof. I mean, so Liam Lawson has just gone quicker on those mediums, yeah, because he was behind. He was 1,000th behind Alex Albon previously. Now he goes second on a 1:31.5. I think Liam Lawson wants to be quickest, you know, because he's going to see Max Verstappen in a minute jump in that car and make him feel like an absolute noob when Max Verstappen runs roughshod over the rest of those other 9. Why couldn't we get, you know what I'd like to see? Max and Lewis in the same session. F1 needs to be a bit more cute as far as its marketing landscape. Put all the big dogs on in one session, I suppose, or maybe they've probably split it on purpose. Put Lewis and Max in different sessions so you've got to watch both. Although Charles and Max are going to, big hitter settings. Charles and Max are going to be going head to head, eh? Kimi locked up again. I know they said that he crashes a lot, right? They did say, we have been warned. James Allen podcast even, said he had a word with people at Mercedes. How's he doing in testing? There was a rumour that he crashes a lot. Rookie settings. I would imagine that Kimi Antonelli will be in the barrier, sadly, for all concerned. Equal to or greater than one time. There will be more than one instance. So too Jack Doohan. So too Ollie Behrman also. Yeah, I'm found out demanding like, Genie. Life is chaos. What's Max saying? We'll get excited about the times, but I know it's just testing ultimately, eh? Like, what are you going to do? Like, there's nothing that you can do. Moth to a flame, trying to work out what it means, who's quickest. I'm watching because of Charles. Let's go. BMW should come back to... Nah, chance moved on. And the Chinese BYD, but they're desperate for a Chinese entrant, aren't they? Because it's as yet untapped markets and so growth. Now Kimi is going to have a brilliant season, says Hinska. He crashes because he's looking for the... Go on then, Hinska, let's talk about this. Because you heard Charles Leclerc most recently saying that he's dialed it back a little bit in a press conference with F1.com, Lawrence Perito. That's what you got to do. It's all right to be quick. And with quickness does come mistakes, right? But you can't push at 10 tenths every single bloody lap. Especially if you're Charles Leclerc and you're making too many mistakes. You've got to dial that back. Because to finish first, you must first finish, eh? You must first finish. Right, guys, I need to go for a cheeky toilet break. I will be back, I promise. Bear with. Apologies. We are back. However, T-minus 25 minutes. Let's go. Nature calls sometimes, eh? What am I going to do? I extend my sympathies and apologies. Go on then. What's Brundle talking about? Okay. Brundle talking about the McLaren. Flexi-wing. You hear this, chat? Where have you heard this before? Careful, you're going to get a 1 month race ban if you're not careful. The Chinese will definitely be in soon. North Asian, to be more specific. I think they need North Asian participants. It's a growth market purely and simply. It's nothing more than that. So, I mean, if you've got Zhou Guanyu no longer in there, reserve racing driver for Scuderia Ferrari, but you need a participant both of the team and driver variety. Look, I tell you, Slims, man, you guys are killing me. Less swear words, mate. MBS can't get me, says Scroofy. I mean, the joke is I listen to a gazillion thousand podcasts. All of them swear. Ariel back in the day used to be clean. The only one that I listen to that doesn't swear now is Chael Sonnen. The rest of them are just like colourful language merchants. So it's like, Haas looks like a shark. Oh yeah, I get what you mean. It does look a bit sharkish. Shame it had so many bloody colours on them. What's going on, Shane? Welcome. Thank you for joining the stream. 341 of you watching concurrently with you around third base on what has been an intriguing, it's bubbled, I don't know if it's popped, T-minus 24 minutes on the first session of testing in 2025 at Bahrain. Let's have a look at that McLaren. Glory runs. Go on then, Oscar. Don't mind if I do, chap. 24 minutes. Have a go. Are they going to go for it? He looks like he's on it, doesn't he, Oscar? Purple sector incoming. All eyes. Yeah, I think he's on it here a little bit. On the mediums. I bet he's harvesting, so no, probably not a purple from Oscar. I don't think he's pushing. 23 minutes and 43 seconds left on the docket. Chilling out though. He's getting himself some room. I need to get on TikTok. We have Twitter and TikTok running a number of society, running the number on society, and MBS worried about drivers swear. Is he even allowed to use scissors? Let's care. I can't even say that name. What is that? Is that binary code or something? I'm far too. Oh yeah, Oscar's nursing it properly, isn't he? Alex Jakes. Huh. Go on, an Oscar. All eyes on the Oscar Piastri. Oscar Jack Piastri to be precise. Let's have a word, Oscar. See what you got in your lucky. Top 9 are all within a second, but Behrman is over 4. I know, but he's doing race sim, so you know what I mean. He's got his laps in, parked it up, ticked a box. All eyes on Oscar Jack. Let's see what he's got. Hang on. All eyes on this first sector of Oscar Jack. Are we going to see a purple? He's not going that quickly though, is he? Oh, fudge. Oh, Oscar Jack abort. No. We wanted a lap. There should be obligatory hot laps. You know what I mean? Mandated ones. You should get a cheeky fine if you don't get one in. That's bad. Oh well. Whatever. That's a shame. That would have been good. With T minus 21 minutes left on the docket, it would have been good to get a cheeky hot lap from McLaren. Market lead per last year, right? 362. Let's go, Genie. Different levels. Everyone is having troubles on the same corner. That Liam, yeah, it's unsettling in the car, right? You need to take to straight line that turn, that left-hander. I think because they're so close to the ground that it's ground effect, and you've got a curb to manage. Remember as well, if McLaren, if they're all like making more tightly wound the anti-dive and anti-squat, meaning therefore the lateral suspension in particular will be super stiff, then it makes it more difficult by extension to ride curb. This is the issue that Red Bull struggled with last year now, if I recall correctly, that the lateral portion of their suspension was far too tightly wound. Go when Max Verstappen wanted to ride a curb at, say, I don't know, wherever you're talking about, he struggled because the car was too busy. Monza is a brilliant example. You got to ride them that the chicanes, right? So turn 2 and then correspond. Oh my gosh, Oscar, proper WRC settings from Oscar. Is that Oscar Jack or is that Colin McRae? Flipping Nora. But again, if you're going to try and optimize for anti-dive and anti-squat, there's going to be an equal and opposite downside as far as your ability to ride curbs now, and that might be what they're seeing. The contour into the curb. It's like a double whammy now. It's techie. Everyone is having troubles. It's a good shout, Max. I didn't spot that. Charlie Bronson was a top bloke. I have a penchant for your chaos. If Charlie's the modern day Jean Alesi, will that make Kimi the modern day Charles Leclerc someday? Oof. I like what you've done there, Ryan. That's an inception of a stanza. My brain is too noddy to figure out for it. Mate, potentially. I'm hoping not. I want to see all the ultimately. I mean, we riff and banter and slander, but ultimately the truth is this: I want to see all these drivers do well. I really do. At least fulfill their potential, right? If you see good in I don't know, Charles Leclerc and think that he could be a champion one day, it would be disingenuous of me as an F1 fan not to. What I'd love for him to make me eat some corn. Do you know what I mean? Make me take 2 seats each and every single time. I'd love for that. Why? Because I want to see the best be their best. And the goatiest ones, per Stuart Simon Barnes' meaning of sport, have the ability within themselves to extract the best of themselves in the times and circumstances that demand it most. Charles Leclerc, I would argue, hitherto erstwhile in his career, has not done that yet, and I want to see him do that. Why? Because it's F1, and this is where the best fight the best in the best machinery. Nothing more simple or complicated than that. That's all. You had one job to do, McLaren. No, just put in a lap time and let us see. And Oscar fluffed his lines, didn't he? Bless him. Bless him. It's all right though. It's okay. We move. We'll get another one. Max won't do that later on. I'll tell you that from now. Max will be on one. Max will be on job. Promise you. He's not coming to mess about. And this is the point, right? Because Max just jumps in the car and he's on it, on the limit almost instantly. By dint of Helmut Marko's accounts, Blake said the same thing. That's what causes these lot a problem. If indeed there is pace and advantage to be leveraged from getting a start in the championship, if Max can win the first 7 of 10, the championship's done. It's almost impossible. McLaren aren't going to take another leap like they did last season. It's not nigh on impossible. Don't think it's going to happen. And if Max can do that this session, oh, here we go, Zhou Guanyu, speaking of North Asia and expansion into. If Max can do that, just jump in the car and get going straight away, then Houston, we have ourselves a problem. You know why Zhou Guanyu is Ferrari reserve driver, right? Got nothing to do. Of course, he was in the junior program previously. But look, the key to the automotive sale market at the moment doesn't sit in Europe, nor does it sit in North America. It sits in North Asia. North Asia are not buying European nor North American cars. North Asian only, your BYDs, etc. That's why he has to get that deal, because Scuderia Ferrari want to continue selling Ferraris in North Asia. That market is mission critical for all automotive manufacturers at the moment. Cam, I humbly disagree, says Umach. If you are trying to fool others by sandbagging, you're basically fooling yourself, unless you have an absolute unit, because you need to derive relative data instead of factory data. No. It's a good point, Umach. But you do, yeah. I think at this stage, though, I mean, it's so late in the day that one has to just run their own race, right? So you've got to optimize for the package that you have. You'll have a program, and you'll need to run it. I don't think this is a game. This isn't a zero-sum game yet. This isn't the race, Uman. So I disagree ever so slightly, but I take your point. I don't think we both can be right, and more than likely you've got the whip hand over me there. Just testing, but the car seems good and fast. Spartan Rage. He also spun it. Lawson on 2. Can we take that Red Bull is a competitive car, or rather others sandbag it? It's hard to say, Spartan. There's so much assumptions and bloody anecdotes in that. It's really straight line speed diff, says this chap. Is that Brundle? It is indeed Brundle. Saying there's a straight line speed diff between Aston and Scuderia Ferrari. I'll have to check it out. Between all right. Ferrari are running a bit more engine performance potentially. Some say potentially. I need to go and look at these metrics after the fact. You hear them talking about the inherent characteristics of the power units. It's different for Lewis, man. This is a paradigm shift for Mr. Hamilton. He's got a lot of learning and reacclimatizing to do now. Everyone knows Charles Leclerc's a great driver, but that don't mean anything if God hates. You know, Screevy. Screevy, what are we doing here? How very dare you. Put some respect on modern day journalist's name. It's chaos. You want me guys to let you in a secret? I bought a Red Bull about 3 days ago. And I opened the can and I had like 70% of it. I'm embarking upon the rest of it now 3 days later. If I drop dead, guys and girls, just I'll be alright. I'll be alright. T minus 13 minutes. Kimi Antonelli still tops your timing sheet. 2 Liam Lawson, 2-1 Alex Albon. Those are your top 3. Ollie Behrman brings up the rear right, 10th. But he's done his schedule, run his program, run his race. And I think half of testing, if again we're talking about the context, what is your strategic objective? If indeed you are an F1 team going into testing to run your race, you will have a program out of which you will wish to extract the most information that you can get. Financial due diligence per se. And this is what Ollie Behrman's done. Don't pay attention to the fact that he's a gazillion seconds away from the next best in Nico Hülkenberg. Doesn't necessarily mean that that will be that way in Australia. I would argue, if I were a betting man, I would say from what we see, that Nico Hülkenberg, the body language of Sauber Steak, soon to become Audi, that they're probably the slowest on the grid. Slowest, I would guess. 13 minutes to go, says Jay. Let's go. Twan, don't worry too much sugar to go. But I know this is true, Twan. I should be all right, right? There shouldn't be any unaliving, unless Charles Leclerc goes to see the only stop to Monaco on finish. Screef. It's too much, Screefy. He'll be all right, Charles. He'll be all right. He's spoken about amending his modus operandi. He's not trying to drive every single lap at 10 tenths, not anymore at least. And so I think that's critical. He's got to understand there is a line of least resistance if you want to win. And I think I don't think he's there just quite yet. I don't think he's completely got the assignment. I don't think he's understood quite yet even his main character energy. But I think he's understanding it. Charles Leclerc, aka modern day journalist, is a work in progress. You might want to argue, there's an argument to be made here that as far as Charles Leclerc is concerned, Lewis Hamilton joining that team could be the worst or best thing that's ever happened to him. Could be. Ain't no telling. Could be either or both. What's worse? I just don't know. Why? Because it's Lewis Hamilton and its experience and its worldly knowledge. Lewis Hamilton is a bellwether of an F1 driver, and that has to count for something, eh? Has to. Simply must. And so Charles could benefit from it and kick on. Or it could get a bit techie for him and it might be problems, as we are T minus 10 minutes away from the end of the first testing session of 2025 at Bahrain. Come on, I'd love to see a couple quick hot laps. I would love to see some glory laps, but nobody's doing it. Everyone's sticking to the program. I'll tell you who we will see a glory lap from in the session after 12 midday. We'll definitely see a glory session from one Maximilian Verstappen. Some say 4, soon to be 5-time champion. I promise you that. 464 of you watching concurrently, do me a favour and smash the like. Reverse sandbagging, says Stephen. Oh, the humanity. No more Red Bull after what they did to Danny Rick. Oh, everybody's boycotting. Everybody's boycotting everyone at the moment. Soon, nobody's going to be a consumer. Just live off the grid. Grow my own crops. I could never. My discipline is not there. I opened a bottle of Red Bull and it booed me. Let's go, RL Jake. We needed to talk about that, eh? We need to talk about this boo. We'll leave that till the afternoon session after lunch, because there has been booing and I don't know on what side of that fence I sit. Sometimes I'm like, well, if you're going to boo, then you're going to boo as a function of passion in the sport. Yeah, no, talking about doing. Alex Brundle talking about doing's woes. If you're going to boo, then you're going to boo. Don't name your sport in sporting history where there haven't been fans that booed. Listen, I'll tell you one actually. Rugby somehow has this like sporting etiquette and decorum. There's something about rugby where they don't boo there's like rules. There is like, I don't know if it's because they all went to bloody Eton and Harrow. There's like almost like a code of support. Booing's kind of like, they won't boo a national anthem, and nor will they boo a ref, because that's heathen behaviour. They see it as. But F1, football, any other sport that's ever, do you know what I mean? That's ever sported in sporting history, they will boo, and they will boo hard. And this is what we saw in F1. I didn't think Christian Horner got booed. I don't think the boos were malicious. I think it was, as he put it, pantomime season. And I would have loved it if Christian Horner, as Ted Kravitz said very eloquent in the Sky Sports F1 show, I would have loved it if Christian Horner would lead into it, right? Yeah, I am a heel. Or Max had said, you know what? You're going to boo me. Well, if you're going to boo me, I'm going to put George Russell on his head again next year. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, double down on it. Kayfabe. I think there's money in that. And there's growth in that. Not everybody can be a babyface. Some people have to be the heel. Did you feel bad for Horner really, Mike? I could see... Listen, I don't want to see anybody upset. Even if Christian has been a villain over the past 3-4 years as an F1, made a villain out of himself. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to like Schadenfreude. That's not my lot. But I mean, if anybody's going to get booed, it's going to be Christian Horner after the past 12 months that he's had in the UK. 16,000 pint guzzling Brits, each of whom have paid upwards of £100 for their ticket, triple digits. You're having a laugh, mate. If you want to vocalise something, then would have been the time to vocalise it. I don't hate the booing thing, I'll be honest with you. Would I rather that people didn't get booed? Well, of course. But I mean, have you ever encountered the problem of evil? It exists in the world. It's an exercise in futility to even hope for it not to. People are going to vocalise their disapproval when they have access. They don't get access to Christian. Here's the problem. If we're talking T-minus 6 minutes on the docket, can't you hear from private jet? The ear cup. The problem is this. Let me tell you what the problem. The root cause of this problem is this, and I'll tell you the solve in the same sentence. Here it is. Wait for it. F1 fans, unlike other sports, look, let me give you this. Football, right, you can get really, really close to the footballers. The frequency of that happening is rare, but you can get close to them. They're right there. You can throw a ball out and touch them. Look at the distance between the F1 drivers and the fans. There's a cage up between them. The only time you see them is if they make podium. There's a Chinese wall, so to speak, between F1 fans and F1 drivers, regardless of what ironically, one of the F1 bloody membership levels is called F1 access. We don't get access to these drivers and team principals. So all of these bods, 16,000 of which have been waiting to access a Horner or a Max or a Lewis and voice their approval and or disapproval. What do you expect? The root cause in all this is one of access to the key protagonist or lack thereof. I don't want to see Lewis Hamilton through the cage and then once a year on Drive to Survive. Like I'd love to go to they do it best in UFC. Big UFC fan, and Dana has he's not the bastion of what it is to be a human being, the head honcho of the UFC. But I mean, he gets it. He gets it. The press conferences, the access to the fighters, the protagonists of the sport. Don't get that in F1. And probably the root cause of that is the fact that it's these lot of multimillionaires. Why are they incentivized to give us access? Props to Esteban Ocon, though, in that same vein, for setting up his YouTube channel. In that's the access that I'm talking about, right? I want to see these drivers, warts and all, not just the PR image of self. Like I want to see and hear them, and do you know what I mean? I don't want to just get the sponsorship ready version of these drivers. I want to see who they are, warts and all, swearing. That's why people are so against banning bloody like expletive. No, if Max wants to swear, I want to hear that dude swear, Because to hear any other version of Max is not to hear his authentic self. That's the honest truth. And I think F1 fans and people in the world more broadly are sick and tired of having like people put forth that, you know, I'll give you another analogy. Since we're leveraging other areas of the world, not just F1. Tyler, when Tyler first burst on the scene, you guys will listen, South African artist, like she's sick. She's beautiful. She's young. She's got everything going for her. Everyone loved her in the first instance. And then all of a sudden there was a tide turn and everyone thought she was like an industry shill or something. Like, hang on, what's going on here? It's almost everybody's like turned on her. It's almost like she's too perfect. And I think people are sick and tired of seeing people's like PR, like a perfect image of somebody's like a PR ready. You know, when you go on a first date, you put forth I don't want to see the person on the first date. I want to see their raw, authentic self. Is that too much to ask? It's 2025. Do you know what I mean? The ones who do best will be the ones who show you themselves. And so don't encourage the drivers or disincentivize them even to not be them. So if they don't swear, then that's cool. That's who we want them to be. But if they swear, having them, trying to fit them into these bloody nice, neat pigeonholes, like, you know, so you can sell them and their asset. And the asset that is Formula One to as many different sponsors around the world as possible. I mean, something's not wrong. Something's not right with that, is it? It's a bit, you know, doesn't sit well, is what I will say. But I digress. 296 if you're watching concurrently, as we've only got a couple minutes, only a couple minutes left. 1 minute 43 on the docket. Thank you ad infinitum to each and every single one of you. I get you. Love to see it there, Vincent. You hear, yeah, South African fans tackles rugby ref. Mate, Scroopy, really? Behave yourself. I don't believe you. Now, I'm talking from a UK perspective, so I couldn't cue us to UK. I'm staying live. Forat, can you imagine? You'd never know. I've just got my second win. Should we just go straight through? No, I don't know. I'll have a cheeky break and then we'll come back at 12. I'll shut my eyes for a little bit. Lando, he's behind you. Oh my gosh. Lando, I'll leave my door open, Norris. 376 of you watching Kikoni. Do me a favour, smash the like as we round third base. 4 HP logos. Mat 1, it's nonsense. Honestly, I hate that HP logo. It ruins an otherwise beautiful car. And I'll take that to the grave. Otherwise, that car would be sick. They've got the colour right. The shade is good. Like it's on one. But then you've got that splodge of white, atop of which is that blue, white writing HP. Like, no, it doesn't go. Doesn't go. If ever you've seen a square shape trying to be squeezed into a round hole, then that HP logo is that. Like, what are we doing here? It's nonsense, chaos. Go on then. As we round third base, I think that's your lot, chat. T-minus 13 minutes course, Cameron. Go and get some sleep and rest up. We'll be back 12 p.m. T-minus 60 minutes. Upshots from this. Red Bull weren't lying about their car. All the geniuses in the underfloor and the underside of the front wing. Liam Lawson looks quick, but for a twitchy snap oversteer instance, I think it would have been atop the timesheet. Stay tuned. T-minus 60 minutes. We'll be back on the next stream for the afternoon session, during which here's hoping that we get to see ourselves some Maximilian Verstappen action paired with a brand new RB21. So too Charles Leclerc in that Scuderia Ferrari. Oh, and by the way, yellow helmeted Sir Lewis Hamilton in that red Scuderia Ferrari car. You love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen of the F1 jury, thank you so much for joining. I'll see you in T-minus 60 minutes. How do you like your Formula One?